Right, I should be live. Can you guys hear and see me? Can you guys hear me okay? Can you see me? Welcome, Red Knight. Go for Dude, Minecraft Transformers. Awesome Minecraft. Can you guys hear me okay as well? Perfect. Cool. So I guess we can probably get started with doing the pose for Shredder. How is everyone this evening? We all good? Hello, that kind of artistic kid. And KJ Filler Up. Cool. Right. So let's start with just checking the stream. Cool. So let's start with coming up with a pose for Shredder. If you've got any questions or anything, just pop them into the chat and I'll be checking it from time to time. So if I see something in that, I'll respond when I get a chance to. And yeah. Thanks, Justin. I'll let you know a little secret. It's my first stream as well. Right, so let's start figuring out a pose for Shredder. Wonder if I should have him in the iconic pose with sort of like a top-down view, or in a more dynamic pose coming towards you. I'm a big fan of kind of like the 80s cartoons, so I'm going to do the original version of Shredder, but I'm going to do it in my style and add a symbiote onto it, which I think will look pretty cool. That's okay, that kind of artistic kid. Thank you for joining. Hey, Galahound. Yes, I did see your comment earlier about 100 questions for me, so feel free to space them out across the stream. Glitcher, yeah, at some point I'm going to do some of the other characters, so there will be a part 2 video with Splinter, maybe Krang, I'm not sure who else, probably Bebop and Rocksteady would make an appearance at some point. Down. So at the moment I'm just blocking out the kind of rough pose for Shredder before I add a symbiote over the top. I find it sometimes easier to get the character kind of like fleshed out a bit first, and then I've got a good guideline basis to actually do the symbiote over the top and have the character actually the right proportions. Have a nice big long cloak on this Shredder. One of the cool features of him was the kind of purple cape he's got, which looks quite cool when it's done properly. Oh, that's a good question, Galahound, about the redraws. I'm super excited about it. I have started a couple of them, and they are looking really good at the moment. In terms of for the sort of like the prompts for what the theme will be, I think I will put some in there, but not all the time. I've got a few ideas lined up, and then I think if there's a couple of good ideas, I'm gonna just put them out to you guys in the community like I did with this one, and kind of include you guys a bit more, which would be quite cool. Let's flesh out his torso a little bit. See if we can get a decent pose for him at the moment. He's looking a bit less dynamic than I'd like, but we can add to that a little bit. Yeah, I think the interesting thing about the references that I've seen and the images of Shredder is from time to time the kind of like claws on the back of his hand are either super long or they're just the right size to go a bit bigger than his fist. So I'm not sure what I'll do on this one. I might do a combination of the two depending on how the symbiote goes. Hey Koi Fish, how's it going? Work on this top bit. I think he's got 4 spiky bits on here. It's quite funny that the old 80s version of Shredder looks a bit more like a cheese grater than he does anything else. Okay. How's that looking? That's not too bad. Ah, that's a very good question, Galahound, for what I do, because I do get lots of recommendations, and there are, as you can see on some of the comments, there's some really good recommendations on the videos. I do have some lined up which tie in with events going on, like movies and upcoming game releases, which would be really good to kind of like do something around them. And then it's a cross between things that are a cool idea and things that sound really good to try. So some of my favourites are venomizing anything on the channel is really good and turning them into dragons. But I do like working with some series that I don't do very often. So for example, turning the Ben 10 characters into demons after not doing anything properly Ben 10 related was a really nice one because I haven't done demons on the channel before. But it is kind of difficult. The best thing I do though is all the ideas that people suggest. I've got this list in I use Notion to manage all my sort of like YouTube videos, and inside there I've got this giant list of everyone's suggestions that I can find on the channel, and when I get a chance to, I add them to it and I go through them, and sometimes it's luck of the draw, sometimes there'll be one that'll stand out more and it's, I've just done an episode on this, I've got to do a second one, but it does vary from time to time. It is an ever-growing list. I don't think I'll ever get to the end of it, but suggestions are always welcome for the channel. I do like 80 Shredder because he's funny, but my 2 personal favourite is 2003 Shredder and 2012 Shredder. We're talking about serious Shredder. Some good choices there, Justin. How do I want this cake to go? Maybe make it a bit larger. Now we need to look at his legs. Legs are always fun to do.
I don't know that one.
As always, Alexa wants to be a bit nebby. or likes to put her input in. That's flowing just that a minute. I'm not sure I like that arm like that. Let's see, can we do better? Maybe come back to that in a bit. Right, how does the legs go? It's got a giant plate on his legs with a couple of Shredder spikes, the iconic character. So 2 or 3, probably 3 bits here. And then his foot, which is probably going to look a little bit funky. Completely black in the reference pictures, so it's kind of hard to tell for that one. Maybe that's not low enough. Maybe something like that. Funky pose, looks like he's in a weird it looks like he's dancing weird, but sort that out in a bit. I'll have another look at the chat in a minute, guys. Just want to get a bit more of this kind of base form fleshed out, really, with just a few key bits into where they kind of sit. If I make that a bit thicker, this cape can come back around a bit. I think his shoulders look a bit small. That's what's kind of. That's better. Just make that bit a tiny bit larger. What have we got here? Go for dude, I'm massively a lot better at drawing than I am playing at Cuphead, but now that I've got the game, I will definitely be getting better. Goyfish, I am quite enjoying the live forum. It's a bit of getting used to, but it's growing on me, so probably be doing some more streams in the future. Ben 10 in Street Fighter might be an interesting one. Quite like that idea. Go for it, dude. Doesn't somebody want Popcross to do a dog thing? Can you elaborate on that a little bit? Yeah, sorry, Go for dude. I will find out a way how to get the laptop fan not to be quite so loud in future, but for this one it sounds like it's raining a little bit. I don't think it's as bad as it was on a test stream I did earlier though, which is nice. King Kong, that's not a bad idea. That might be quite an interesting one to do, dog breeds as superheroes or dog breeds as something. I did take a German Shepherd in one of my videos and turn it into a monster in Animals as Monsters, and I quite enjoy doing that, so it might be cool doing something else in future with dog breeds or other animals. Ooh, Galahound. Galahound. That is a good question. What inspired me to become a YouTube artist? I think after having a YouTube channel for quite a few years and not actually doing anything with it by the odd post, because I didn't really understand it back then, I kind of wanted to share my art more, and I did do Comic Cons at least once a year, just local ones around my area in the UK, and I quite enjoyed the interaction and the sort of like the community from that. And I guess once lockdown kind of hit and we weren't allowed out, I kind of focused more and doubled down on YouTube as an artist, and I've just really enjoyed the process of creating the art and sharing it with the community. And you guys are awesome with the encouragement as well as with feedback and brilliant ideas, so it kind of just developed from there. You ever thought about doing, from KJ Phillip, have you ever thought about doing turning something into superheroes? Because another idea, if you haven't seen why first, is that you could do Monster Hunter Monster as superheroes. Maybe. I did enjoy the film that they did for Monster Hunter that came out. I haven't followed much of the lore or anything else around that, but it's something I'm quite interested in doing. Phobias. Now that's definitely something I want to do at some point. I did have an idea for an upcoming video, just for you guys to know. It will be a little bit in the future. I was thinking of doing Pokemon as phobias, or phobias as Pokemon, which would be quite a cool concept. Could kind of take the Pokemon's attributes and select some of the favourite ones from each type and turn them into a phobia type creature. But I haven't fleshed out the story for that one. Have you ever read Dragon Queen by In Crows? It's a fantastic fantasy book. I think it would look very nice on the channel. I haven't, but I'll take a note of that recommendation, Galahound. I haven't read Dragon Queen, but I do want to get some more references and kind of some more inspiration for fantasy type stuff and lore for the channel. Right, let's try and sort his arm out. How do I want this to be? He's kind of in pose, an angle, and if anybody's wondering what I'm doing, I'm kind of putting myself in the pose for the character. It's kind of reversed, like a mirror image. I'm just trying to work out where the arm and the hand should be on this forward facing arm. So maybe I won't do it across this body. Maybe I'll do it as a, yeah, maybe I'll do it as an upside down hand where we've got the singing first a little bit. Maybe I'll do it so his hands kind of really rough blocking out the hand here. It's kind of the underside of the hand where we can have the spikes come out here and the rest can be kind of hidden underneath. Make this look a bit more dynamic. Put that in. Let's not forget the bit on his vest that swaps between skin and chest, otherwise that's going to look really weird. I think that's a bit too long now. I think the one thing I do like with digital compared to traditional, even though traditional art is a lot of fun, is that with digital you've got this freedom to take sections and move them about, which is really cool. Hi Joe. Yes, I do use Procreate for my art, and that is what I'm using right now. I have got On the laptop I have got Sketchbook Pro, the same one that Popcross uses, but that goes with my 24-inch Artist Pro that I've got with XP Pen. I'm using that as a second display at the moment because I find Procreate's easier for my workflow. But I have tried 1 or 2 illustrations in there before. Haven't got the nuances down of recording with that yet, but I may do an episode in the future where I probably jump into a different program to do the art and just to see how it comes out. It might be quite interesting, quite fun. But Procreate is definitely my app of choice for my art that I use on the channel. I think that should do it for Shredder, except for planning out where his eyes are going to be. With this kind of funky metal mask. Let's make this a bit smaller. If anybody's wondering what brush I'm using in Procreate at the moment, I'm using a liquid, it's one called Liquid Ink, and it's from a brush set from an artist I follow on YouTube called Martin Abel. If you haven't seen him, check it out. If you like fantasy art, he's got some amazing art in a unique style. But it's just a case of, I find this is one of the best pencil type brushes I've seen in Procreate in a while, which is really nice because it allows just allows that kind of organic feel that you get. Okay, I'll place the eye in there just rather quickly. Is that might be out a bit too far. That's looking a bit better. Are we happy with that pose? Is there anything I can tweak to make it look a bit more? I think I might want to tweak his cape a little bit. Potentially. Emphasize his leg a bit more. I think that'll do for that layer. So the next bit I've got, as you might see on the screen, is I kind of separate the layers out. So I've got the symbiote going on another layer. I'll just drop the opacity a little bit. I can use it as kind of a guide to help me kind of draw the symbiote in on how it's going to go on the character. Wondering how we should do the symbiote on the face. Should we have it under the helmet, or should we have it kind of pushing part of the helmet aside as it's taking over? What have we got in chat? Go for Dude says, what's the opposite of phobias that could be used as superheroes? I suppose, I'm not sure it's opposite of phobias, but maybe it's kind of like the whole angel concept with demons, really. Ooh, interesting idea. Spaghetti Skeleton 008. Maybe Shredder should have either Carnage, Riot, Lasher, or Sleeper. I did think about maybe the Carnage symbiote on him. Just because he's got a lot of purple colours and that. But I could change it, and even though I've said a Venom symbiote, we could possibly do another type of symbiote on him, or a different coloured version. We'll see how I get on with the colouring bit on the stages. Galahound19, you weren't kidding with the with the hundreds of questions, were you? But it's good. I'm curious as to how you maintain or search a variety of delightful artwork and storytelling. In terms of storytelling, it varies. I mean, the multiverse story arc's kind of a simple one because a lot of places have done that, like Marvel, and the whole idea of the multiverse is if you like a concept of something and you want to do it and you just want to change it a little bit, it's really simple to do, and it's a really nice, easy one for you to actually pick up on, which is really good. Tend to just find something that interests me. I find if I've got a subject or kind of a story or lore of something that I'm kind of into and interested, it comes off a lot better, and I can put more energy and I guess energy. It literally is that. It's just more energy into the artwork and the story, and it comes across more in the videos and that, which is quite cool. Oh, thank you, Justin, for joining the Discord. No idea. Venomized skeleton. Yeah, that's an interesting idea. What else have we got here? My favourite episode. Teach me. So Justin's put, my favourite episode currently of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle is that one episode where they had red sky and then the turtles got captured by some aliens and they stole their suits and became giant robots. Yeah, that was quite a fun episode. Yep, as Koifish says, if you're enjoying it, don't forget to like the video. It does help with all that YouTubery stuff that we content creators and artists on YouTube have to put up with. The whole spiel of playing nice with the algorithm just to make it all fit in with their lovely loopholes they like to put us through. I think for this I'll make it more like bone type armor. I do like with symbiotes doing the whole concept of taking the kind of organic parts, even if it's a metal area of blades, and making them solid, sharp, kind of a bone type element. It just seems to fit in a bit more with the kind of style of a symbiote. I know that some of the symbiotes are able to make shapes that are like metal, like Riot can use blades and that. But I do also like the whole, as I say, the whole organic kind of feel of a symbiote. It's once you've drawn a symbiote a few times, you've got the nice ability. You don't really need a reference as such for it. It's kind of an organic flow into everything that's happening, which is really nice. I think one of the other nice things about doing the stream is I can zoom in and out at will. It's there's sometimes a little bit of a when you're recording for the videos, so you guys can, or when I'm recording for the videos, so you guys can see the details. I've got to be conscious of what part I'm working on and how much I zoom in and out, if that makes sense. Otherwise it kind of moves and flickers too much in the video, which is a little bit of a well, it's not horrendous, but it's not the best experience in the world. Right, so if I put that there, I'm not too keen on this front eye, so maybe do we do it here? Which eye should we venomize? I'll tell you what, I'll put it into you guys in the chat. Which eye do you think we should venomize? The left eye, which is the one closest to this kind of side here, or the right eye, which is, it looks a bit wonky at the moment, which I will fix when I'm inking, but it's the well, I say that as I'm looking at it. The one closest to the side of his head, or the one closest to the venom, or the one sort of like in the middle that's a bit wonky? What do you guys reckon? Minecraft Transformer says lefty. Red Knight says, I have watched Pop Cross too. Yep, I watch Pop Cross as well. Any of you fans from him that have come over from his shout outs, I really do appreciate it, so thank you again. What else have we got? Galahan says the left. Oh, thanks, Koi, I appreciate that. Left seems cool, but right would be easier. Left. I say left. Left. Yeah, possibly left. Do you know, the irony now is I'm looking at it and I'm trying to decide if it's my left or the picture's left. Which I didn't really plan that out ahead too far, but anyway. I'll tell you what. One or two. We'll make it really simple. So which one you guys see as the sort of like left? Is it the one that I've put a 1 on or the one that I've put a 2 on? And while you guys decide that, I'm going to see what else is in the chat a minute. Red Knight, yeah, why not have a go with venomizing your character? That'd be quite cool. Phobias as supervillains would be wicked cool. That is quite a cool idea, Galahound, and I do want to do some more kind of villainy stuff on the channel as well. 2, 2, so we've got 2 for 2, so... DJ, help me. I came from Popcross and I'm so happy that I did because your video is so good. Oh, thank you, DJ. And welcome to the channel. I've got to say, it was really surreal when Popcross did the shout out last month and I sat here and the channel blew up, which was quite fun. It was quite nice to have that surprise happen that night, which is quite cool. But yeah, welcome to the community. What's your favourite Star Wars movie and will you do a Star Wars themed episode? Go for dude. That is a good question. I will possibly do a Star Wars themed episode at some point or something Star Wars related. I haven't watched the Obi-Wan Kenobi series on Disney Plus yet, but I will be checking that out. I'm kind of old school, so I think my favourite Star Wars movie has to be, I believe it's The Last Hope. It's just, I think that is probably my favourite one. It's one of the ones that I liked the most when I was growing up. The new films weren't too bad when they went back and did like 1, 2 and 3, and then they did sort of like The Last Jedi and that. But for me, I think it has to be the old school ones. I think Last Hope is probably the best one that I like the most. Venomized Dark Vader wouldn't be bad either. That's quite a good one. I think maybe venomizing a Star Wars episode could be in the future. How do you do a venomized? I like to do it where I've kind of taken the character and I kind of just pick elements in terms of what I want to do on it. So what might help is think of the rule of thirds, which is a bit of an artist tip. If you've got an image, at least a third of the image should be filled with a colour or an element. So when I'm venomizing, at least on my pictures, kind of like with the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle ones that I've done, a good third to almost a half of the characters are covered in the symbiote and venomized, and then it's kind of just draw goopy lines as such. Goopy lines. It's kind of just drawing bits that come over and loop around. I mean, I'm happy for you to watch what I'm doing on stream and try and copy some of the sort of like where I draw the symbiote, or look back at my videos or the artwork and have a go at kind of like dropping it in. I think the best bit about the symbiote is it's kind of organic and fluid. So as long as you've got some of these kind of lines that come out and wiggle that you've kind of like got from the side of the head, or say from behind, you get these large kind of like curvy lines like this that change in thickness. That kind of works for when you're venomizing something. And I think the bit that makes venom or a symbiote is you've got to have at least one eye in there, and if you can do either an open mouth with a bit of kind of like a wet look, or that long tongue that's kind of creepy. That's what sells a symbiote to me. It works really well, and if you notice on some of my videos on the channel, I do like doing that tongue and sometimes making it angular, sometimes making it organic, but that kind of like fleshy pink tongue kind of screams symbiote, or kind of like monster creepy creature, which is what the symbiote is in a sense. Galahound19 says, what tips do you have on writing fiction? I don't really know if I have any tips as such. I kind of just, I suppose when I'm writing the sort of like the fiction and the lore and that, I tend to want to, if it's something based on a series, so for example like Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, you want to have some of the elements of the actual story in there and the lore. So you want to know a bit about the background of the characters and that, but you also want to know about what you're putting them in and writing them. So when it's a venom symbiote or a symbiote, it's quite easy to kind of have the whole the way a symbiote takes over the host is pretty much the same regardless of a host in a sense. It'll bond with their DNA and it'll kind of wrap around them or hit their skin and cling to them. They generally have certain weaknesses until they fuse with a host of certain nature. So fire and sonic sounds kind of affect a symbiote, but there have been cases where they fused with aliens or creatures that can control fire or can use sound, and then you've got later on kind of like some of the symbiotes can actually use sonic attacks and are either highly resistant or immune to it. I guess it's knowing the two genres you're going to match together. So if you know enough about what you're doing, like venomizing Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, I grew up with Teenage Ninja Turtles, so kind of know the general story, and I think everybody knows it by now because of how popular it is. But also they're two really popular bits. If it's something that I don't know a lot, I will look at the lore. So for example, while I've been doing Cuphead, and I've not made a secret of this, I will be doing a Cuphead related video, and it was voted for on the community channel, do Cuphead as Transformers, which is going to be really fun. I've written the lore out for that, but on that one, a kind of lore and story, but for that one it's doing a bit of research into it. So try and find what makes that element unique or the key features of it, and then just build it up from there. Don't be afraid to just experiment and see what ideas you get for the story, and if you don't like it, try it again or change it. But I don't think I have any other tips than that. It's just try and put yourself in the mindset of the characters, and the background research does help a lot. A New Hope, not the last hope. I stand corrected, Gopher Dude. It's been a while since I've watched them, but that one is my favourite one, yes. I have 3 symbiotes in mind that would be pretty cool. Carnage because of their bloodlust, Sleeper because he's the most powerful, and Agni because of the colour scheme. Those are some really cool suggestions. Hey Uni, nope, you didn't miss it. Hey Stephen. But to be honest with you, I don't like Star Wars at all, but I support the people who do like it. That's fair enough, Justin. Ooh, Galahand. Yes, I have thought about doing My Hero Academia characters as demons. The only thing with that, even though it would be quite cool, and I might put them into Earth 666, and introduce a new narrator on one of the episodes. I've got a new narrator lined up for the channel, a little bit of a sneak preview for you guys, so it's kind of going to be interesting and fun. But I think one of the things of My Hero Academia is, because of all the quirks and that, it's kind of, to make him a demon, I'd have to kind of make it as part of the quirk, and a couple of the characters do look kind of demonic in their half changed forms. It is quite a fun one that I want to do, and it is a good suggestion, and I've been thinking about it. I just want to do it a bit of justice, because I am a My Hero Academia fan. So if I do something that's My Hero Academia related, I kind of want to do it justice, especially with this topic like demons, where we could have so much fun with it. In case you guys are wondering what I'm doing, I'm kind of adding a symbiote mouth off the side of the face a little bit, kind of like in the mid-transforming bit. One of the fun things that you might have seen if you've seen the Venom movie, and that is they kind of make the second head on the character with the mouth, and I'm just wondering if it'll look cool having that kind of on his face a bit. I might need to just move it over slightly though, so it looks a bit more. Yeah, that looks a bit creepy. Which is quite cool. I think the hardest part when you venomize something is figuring out where you want the symbiote to go, because you want to have the... I mean, I could completely venomize a character at some point and just do a completely venomized version of him, but I would like to keep some of the original aspects to the character kind of in place. I think that would look pretty cool, just to have some of the well, I think it looks cool where you can actually see the character underneath, like their mid-transformation. That's okay, King Corn. Thanks for watching the stream so far. Knight has a demon inside him. Do you think? Red Knights. So your original character has a demon inside them, and do I think it'll affect the venomize? Yes. Now the cool thing about a symbiote is it takes on the story around the symbiotes from Marvel is they can take on the attributes and abilities of those that they've bonded with. So as long as it's bonded with your character, that particular symbiote can have a unique set of abilities. So if he's got a demon in him which allows him to transform or have demonic properties, maybe some of the powers can be absorbed and used by the symbiote, which would be quite cool. Right, let's try and get some progress in this a little bit. So I think that arm here can have a symbiote element onto it, which I think will look quite cool. I think what I want to do is I want to kind of have a little bit of this kind of shoot down and stick to the, kind of try and get to overlap a bit and stick to the actual metal bits if it's wrapping around and it's looking to hook onto where his arm is. And the chest. I cannot forget about venomizing part of the chest, which is always a nice fun bit to do, where you add the symbiote to it, because it gives you the ability to add that nice kind of like Spider-Man logo Venom has on him, which is quite cool. I do like the fact that when you're drawing a symbiote you can kind of completely change the design of the character, which is kind of like one of the fun bits. Justin says, so how did Shredder end up with Venom? Venomized Toothless. Hello, welcome. Anyway, getting back to Justin's question, how did Shredder end up with Venom? I think I haven't actually fleshed the story out, but I think the general principle is going to be I will cover it slightly in a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle Villains Venomized episode in the future. As I say, I want to do some of the characters like Bebop and Rocksteady. But I think for Shredder being venomized, I could quite happily seeing it being an accident. He's probably broken into a research center looking for some more mutagen, and picked up the and Bebop and Rocksteady picked up the wrong container and smashed it in front of him. That would pretty much fit in with the kind of 18s cartoon style of those two being quite comical and just basically being a pair of kluts that just they're clumsy and they just end up smashing stuff and ruining the plans. So I think it'd be quite interesting to put that in the story. And then being Shredder, he's kind of like, even though Shredder's kind of like a powerful character and he is the main villain for the Turtles, and he's kind of like their original nemesis. I think I may do it where he's got a strong will and he's kind of reveling in the power. It's like when he changed to Super Shredder with the mutagen, he kind of kept all his faculties and his kind of will and his determination when he was Super Shredder just overpowered with a lot more rage. So it's probably going to be something like that for the personality. But I think he's probably going to break into a TGRI lab or something with the Foot Clan. He's going to steal some containers, one of them having a symbiote in there. Having a symbiote in there instead of the mutagen. Bebop and Rocksteady pick it up and notice it's black or something, and and then it just goes on from there and develops from that. I will flesh that story out more when I cover Bebop and Rocksteady in an episode, because I think if they're going to get venomized, it's all going to happen around the same time, similar with the Turtles in the lair. Stephen says, will you ever do illustrations of characters fighting each other like Soundwave versus Venom, for example? I have got the Doctor Strange episode. I kind of did two versions of him, both venomized, floating in like a fighting scene. And I will be doing some characters fighting each other. I want to vary up the poses a bit more. I guess it's just finding the right moment or storyline to do it, where I'm torn between two scenarios, either having two individual characters fighting each other in an episode, kind of like the Benny Sharp versus Nexum, where they're almost in a fight scene, or do I take it where I've got more characters and there's more characters around the illustration, it takes longer. But the third possibility is, do I do it where they're actually damaging each other and you've got the impact, so it's in the middle of a fight scene where you can see the impact and that on it. I need to plan it out a bit more and fit it in with the channel, but doing more poses and a variety of poses and kind of getting them to fight each other is something on my agenda of what I want to do. It's just a case of figuring out the best way to add that into what I've got so it's consistent, if that makes sense. I might do it when I add something like a new series or something on the channel, do something for the first time, or a bit of a genre swap or something. I might try and slot it into one of them. But it's definitely an idea that I do like, and it's definitely something that I will be doing on the channel at some point. Rocksteady and Bebop should be venomized Giga Chads. Nice. Right, let's do a bit more of this. So, symbiote, come around here a bit more. Touch into the hand. And venomize his finger a little bit. Add these in, which would be quite cool. I think maybe what I want to do for this is kind of have the Shredder claws more coming out of his knuckles, and they can probably grow in length. It'd be quite a cool ability. Trying to not make it look... It's difficult because well, as soon as you start making them longer, they kind of look like Wolverine in X-21, which is cool, but at the same time, I kind of want them to be a little bit more unique in a sense. Is that right? Is that going to look a bit odd? That goes there. No one kind of out there. How's that looking? I think that's too much on there. I think I need that gap there just to balance it out a little bit. And we can have that probably come up with an extra line here. Maybe just a tiny. That's better. It's too close together a minute ago. Right. Let's have some fun with his cape and the symbiote. As I was saying earlier, the nice bit about venomizing stuff is you kind of just do a few broken up bits on an object and it can take the shape and form of that object, which means you can bring a bit more organic life into the more rigid shapes. Which Shredder is your fave? Live action, Nickelodeon, or Rise? That's a good question, Venomized Toothless. I think I do like the 80s Shredder, but I think one of my favourite ones, just because it was the first film I remember in the cinema, was the live action one in the I think it's the 1990 movie. I think the guy who played Shredder in that just kind of nailed the personality of Shredder. He was a bit more fierce and intimidating compared to the cartoon one. Even though I did like the cartoon version of Shredder, I did some of the episodes. I did feel he was made a bit. What's the best word to describe it? They made him silly, and it didn't quite suit the character. Some of the bits were funny, and I know they're going for the humour in that, but some of the scenarios they put him in were cringeworthy, to say the least. And it's a bit of a shame that, because he was quite a cool character for the most part of the series. It's just when they started making him a bit more comical, kind of lost part of his menacing approach towards the Turtles. What have we got? How does everybody feel that Casey Jones and April O'Neil got stunts as teenagers in the recent new Turtle shows? Not really sure on that. It was really weird when April was a teenager. When I did catch one of the Nickelodeon ones, that was really, really weird, considering I grew up with the original 80s and she's a full-grown adult as a news reporter. That was a bit weird, but I kind of get what they do with the reboots. They kind of try and modernise them. So in a sense, it does kind of fits, and they're probably bringing it for the newer generations. It's just sometimes, I don't know, I think sometimes when they do a reboot or something, it's good, but it's just not the same. It's not quite as fun as the original, or it's not quite as showing my age there. It's not quite as doesn't have the same storyline or appeal. Right, so I think that's for the top part here for him. I will continue this down here a little bit, but not too much. I want to keep some of the cloth and fabric kind of the same now, seeing as he's I've done quite a chunk of his cloak. I do want to do one of the arms though, so which one should I do? It might make sense. The Venom stuff's on this side, so it might make sense to add a symbiote coming across the arm and kind of just changing a couple of these to be larger spikes. It's quite interesting, or quite new, talking about what I'm doing as I'm drawing it, so you guys can get a bit of feel for the idea behind the process. It's not something I'm used to doing, because if you draw when I'm drawing it normally, I'm just getting on with it. Might have the TV on, might have something going on in the background, and then just cracking on with the drawing, really. I'm not sure how to do his legs though. I do think that one of them will probably be completely venomized. I think we'll go for this one. And let's do a couple of let's move that along a little bit. I think the trick when venomizing something is making it have the features of the original character. So Shredder's got loads of these kind of like cheese grater bits to shred his opponents on him, which is great, but at the same time it's a bit of a challenge to get all the details in sometimes, especially when you want to kind of make it look cool, but if they've got a lot of details, sometimes it's a bit tricky to figure out the best bits. I think I will make the symbiote though part way around his leg, working a bit. Just gonna add that foot in. 2 thirds, so we've got that bit there, here, and there's that. Let's just have a look how it's looking. Now I think we'll go for that for now, and we'll start inking this. So what I tend to do when I'm inking is I'll merge the 2 layers together of the symbiote and Shredder so I can change the opacity. I will select a nice black colour, and I'll get a comic inker from a brush set that I got from Ram Comics. I think it was Gumroad I got that brush set from, but it's got a really nice line effect, so you might see it's got a really nice line weight from the pressure, which comes out really, really good. Allows me to change the thickness of the lines, which works really nicely. What have we got in the chat? Oh, I've missed a little bit here now. Where did we get to? Galhound says, why not take anime characters and turn them into jungle girls? That might be fun. That could be interesting. Plot twist, Mikey threw Venom at Shredder. Yeah, that could be another one. Mikey could just throw something at them, thinking, yeah, have the mutagen, without thinking. I like that Seamus. Justin says, I like that Seamus played Rocksteady in and out of the Shadows live action movie. I think that works. Yeah, I did like the fact that in the live action movie the actors had double roles on some of them, so some of the actors in the turtle suits were actually on screen as well, playing a second part, which was really nice. Super Shredder was cool as well. I did like the design, it was quite nice. I haven't read Beast Quest, but I think that was mentioned on the channel before, Galahound. I don't know if you mentioned it a while back. I did have a look and bookmark the website to have a look at some of the lore. Yes, Venomized Toothless. More spikes. You can't go wrong with spikes. Minecraft Resource. If Shredder can't beat if Venomized Shredder can't beat the Teenage Mutant Turtles, then he needs to hang up his cape and claws. True, but the turtles are now venomized as well, so it could be very interesting between them. As long as they don't eat each other like in Let There Be Carnage, then it'll be quite interesting. Lots to talk about a Ninjago and Teenage Mutant Ninja crossover. That would be interesting. Welcome back, King Corn. Favourite mutant was probably Fishface, but my favourite villain was the Neutralizer. Fair enough. Galahound. I do like that suggestion. I need to find the right... Depends on the video. If I do put music in when I'm either doing the lore or in the Copic art, for example, I try and find music that fits the personality of the character that I'm drawing. I do like the upbeat tempo of the rock music, but at the same time, I do want to vary it just a little bit. But I will take your suggestion in mind on the next one that I do. What else have we got? That's a nice idea, Venomized Toothless. Make different cartoon characters into Star Wars bounty hunters. That could be quite an interesting one. Now, go for dude. On that one, the ones that have a lot of views with, like, for example, the redraw of Android 18. Back when I first started the channel, I made the newbie mistake of paying for some advertisement on them to build up the views, and I found out that when I stopped the sort of like the AdWords on it, my view count suddenly dropped on them on the channel, and I wasn't actually gaining subscribers. So I changed my approach completely and focused on the content and started building that up for you guys, trying to find what I enjoy, but also what works for everybody. And so it's kind of going back to the drawing board. So some of the ones with the hot girls, as you call it, in that style, they look really cool, and the videos aren't too bad, but the view counts on some of the older videos, like 12,000 views and that, a few years back, they're nice, but they're not a true representation of the views I was getting back then, which is why I quite like it at the moment. I haven't done any of that for 3, maybe 4 years now, and the channel started to grow nicely, which I quite like. It's more content driven and content focused rather than trying to get out there more. It's more establishing what the channel's about and giving more back to you guys who appreciate the artwork and the actual effort put into the videos. Why not give Shredder a Buster Sword? Probably not this time, but maybe a Final Fantasy crossover with something could be quite interesting. The Doom guy venomized. That would be insane. You should try doing something with Warframes. Some of the designs are quite interesting. Maybe. Do you think if a symbiote bonds with someone holding a mic, they would use sonic screams and have a resistance to sound attacks? Venomized Toothless, I think that would vary. If it's someone like Earphone Jack from My Hero Academia, where she's kind of got a sound ability, I think it would pick up the sonic resistance and sonic ability to a degree. If it's just a normal microphone, I think it could probably do a small sonic attack from absorbing a microphone if it can do that, but I don't think it would be quite resistant to sound. Maybe it could gain a bit of resistance and channel it back out by creating like a microphone on it or a feedback loop, but it probably would get hurt itself. But again, it depends on the symbiote and the story that you're going to put with it. Ooh, nice long slimy tongue. You can't really go wrong with that on a venomized creature. Sorry, getting back to what I was saying. So I think it depends on your story. If you wanted the symbiote to be able to replicate things like metal and stuff, or vibrate, or pick up the vibrations and add it to its DNA, you could probably get around it that way. What's we got? Galahal19 asks, what kind of apps or equipment do I work with? Predominantly, I work with Apple iPad Pro 11-inch screen, which is tiny. I'm looking to eventually save up and get a larger screen. And the Apple Pencil, in terms of drawing, is Procreate on the iPad. I do have an XP Pen Pro 24 Artist display, which I'm using as a second display at the moment, and I can draw in Photoshop with that because it's got its own pen on the side that you can do touchscreen. So I can draw in Photoshop or Sketchbook, or just Sketchbook, which is quite nice. I think my main app I use, basically because I'm just out and about a lot from time to time, is the iPad. I kind of use that for, like I'm doing now, for the drawings. It's just more convenient and easy. I can take the iPad out in an evening, or if I'm out somewhere, and I can just jot something down or sketch something if I want. If it's a more intensive piece, I can just sit down nicely and use that. In terms of for my writing of story and kind of lore and jotting it down and my video schedules, I use Notion, which is a free app, and you can get it for Windows, I believe, as well as iOS, and I think for Android as well. And it's basically just an app that allows you to make databases and everything else. You can get it free, or you can get a paid for version, and it just allows you to create a kind of like a workspace and customize templates to what you want. I did use a template, I can't remember who it was. I think it was there was this guy when I was looking at how to improve my YouTube videos. I can't remember his name for the life of me. I will put it in the comments at the end, or the description. I'll update it on this. But he had a template in Notion which kind of does all the like filming schedule, shooting schedule, and that, and a huge sort of like database of what niche your video is going to be, and if you collab with someone, and the URL to put in, so you can keep track and statuses. And I've kind of adopted that for doing art, which means that I've got, as I say, this giant list of possible videos for future, which is quite cool and it's really good. So I would recommend getting that if you don't have that and you want to use Word or Google Doc or even notes on your phone, even the voice memo. If you're jotting down ideas, do that. If for stories, I think the only other thing I do is, in case you guys were interested in the video editing side of things, so after I've done the screen recordings and that, I use my iPhone for recording the video of me talking and doing the lore and the start and the end. I've got DaVinci Resolve, which you can get for free, and I followed so many YouTube videos on that. It's unbelievable, but it's a great learning curve on that one, and that allows me to create and edit my videos and the timelines. Ironically, speaking about creating videos, the Copic videos take less time to do the artwork for, but more time to video edit, which is a little bit surreal, but it is kind of fun. I think that's it on apps, unless there's any particular part of the process you want to know about an app on. Justin says Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle Mortal Kombat crossover video wouldn't be a bad idea. It wouldn't. I have been asked to do Mortal Kombat stuff on the channel before, and I haven't as yet. I do have a load of ideas jotted down. It is quite fun, and I definitely want to do the crossover. It's just finding the right point to slot them in. One was Mortal Kombat characters as demons, but they kind of already are demons with Scorpion, Sub-Zero and Reptile. They kind of have that feel to it. But definitely looking to do a Mortal Kombat one on the channel. I think what I'll do is I'll continue putting a couple community posts out. I do like the engagement from you guys and the feedback of what you want to see. Even if I don't get around to it straight away, like with one of the videos a little while back, it took me a while to get around to doing it because I had so much pre-planned and scheduled. I can't remember who it was, but somebody kept me in check chasing me for it. I don't know if it was you, Galahound, or if it was someone else on the channel, but they did ask where was this video I promised a little while back, and it was in the works at the time. So I kind of like the idea of doing the polls out to you guys in the community and across between you guys, keeping me to my word, but also having the involvement so I can kind of do the content you want to see and you will enjoy and get a bit more of a feel for the overall dynamic of that. Oh, there's been an update to Autodesk Sketchbook. How long ago was that, Justin? Because it's not a program I've used in a little while. I did do a Voltron piece on there. I was watching the series when season 8 came out, and I thought it'd be quite fun to have a go at drawing the characters. And I was going to put it into I think I was going to do it as a video, but it didn't work out how I wanted it to in the end. It was a case of I think it was literally just a case of I just couldn't get my head around the screen recording bit as neatly as I wanted to. But it is something I do want to go back and give a try, because the only thing I don't like about Procreate, well, there's two little nitpicks about Procreate. It's an amazing app and you do pay for it, but it's a one-time payment, something like I think £10 or like $10, depending where you are. The only thing is the gradients are a bit tricky to do because you don't have like the gradient fill in Photoshop or in Autodesk Sketchbook like you might see on Popcross's videos. You can do those gradients. So I've got a workaround on this where you'll see it a bit later on, where I use a noise layer and kind of put a texture on it to make shading, and then an overlay layer on the top just to be able to have that lighting and difference contrast on the base colors. But I didn't realize there'd been an update, so I wonder what settings have changed. Spaghetti Skeleton, I think I might have to do Doom Guy Venomized at some point. I did like the movie that came out for Doom that starred The Rock and a few other actors. I think that was they did that nice, and the nicest bit of that was when they turned it to first person shoot 'em up style like the game. That was a really nice touch, and I thought that was quite a cool thing to do. So maybe in the future I might do a Doom based crossover. I don't know if I'm not sure about Venomized for the first one, but I'm definitely looking to potentially add more characters to the Venomized stuff on the channel. I'm also trying to be selective now of what I'm venomizing on the channel that goes into the multiverse story arc. That started off with Soundwave versus Venom, for anyone who's new to the channel, and there is a playlist that you guys can check out. Basically, I took Venom getting captured by Soundwave and Megatron. I'm not entirely sure where I came up with the crossover idea. I think I was reading a Transformers and Terminator crossover and I just thought it'd be quite cool to venomize a Transformer ages ago. So I did a few without any lore or story on the channel. So I've venomized Megatron and the Decepticons, Soundwave before. I've then venomized a load of the Autobots like Bumblebee and that. But it was a case of I kind of then ended up with wanting to add some story and lore after getting inspired by Popcross's channel for that aspect. It kind of felt like, as much as I was enjoying doing the artwork and coming up with the ideas, once I started doing lore and story, I really enjoyed getting into everything a bit more. It kind of, I think there's just a bit of extra energy if you're making up your own kind of fan fiction, or whatever you want to call it, which works really nicely and really well. And then it's just picked up from that. But yeah, as I was saying, the kind of Doom guy venomized is quite a cool idea. So I'm definitely going to add that one to the list. Koi fish. How about Venom Chuck Norrisized? I'm not even sure how to approach that one. It'll be quite an interesting idea, but I've got no idea where I'd start on that. Venomized Toothless. Venomizing Owl House and Amphibia sounds like an awesome idea. I mean, a venomized owl beast or venomized king would break everything. Yeah, I have seen Our House on a few videos, being turned into characters recently. I say Popcross, but I do watch his videos, and a lot of you guys probably watch them as well. And I do like the designs of the characters. Same as Hollow Knight. My eldest was playing it on the Xbox at the weekend when he was over, and it was it looked quite cool, and I kind of want to do some of the simpler characters and add more detail to them, either venomized or turn them into more demons, maybe even dinosaurs. That was quite fun on the channel when I did 7 Deadly Sins as dinosaurs. That was different and kind of refreshing, which was really good, and I did enjoy that quite a fair bit. Let's try and get this cloth. I think the hardest bit everyone finds with cloth when they're doing it is the folds, and it is a bit tricky figuring out where the folds should actually be. I tend to try and cheat. I tend to try and get this kind of like anime style overlapping. So like we've got here, you kind of like draw the line, draw another line, and then you just loop a third one in the middle, which is a good tip. And it's just trying to make it flow organically, which is sometimes kind of hard to do with the pose itself. And I think maybe I should have approached inking this a bit more structured. In my videos, I can't afford to be quite as free with what section I jump to, so at the moment I'm kind of having fun enjoying that. Hopefully it's not too disorientating for you guys, but at the same time I do like the freedom of just jumping to little bits in between chatting with everybody. A bit different. The other nice thing about digital art, which every artist will tell you and everybody who uses it will tell you, and it's the one thing that you take for granted if you come from digital to traditional, or if you haven't done much traditional work and you do digital, is the undo button. It is an absolute blessing at times, but when you have traditional art and you don't really have the undo button as an option, and you've got to start again after you've inked something, or you've got to find a way to fix the artwork, as it were, it can be some happy mistakes on it. You can go to fix something and hide it or change it, and might fix something you didn't realise was there in the first place. But it is one of those nice little luxury features of a digital piece of art, which is being able to undo. I think being able to zoom is another actual nice bit, to be honest. Got this kind of like nice ability to zoom in, get some extra details in. But yeah, I have discovered, which I'm going to try in other videos, and I'll kind of show you guys now, I can kind of make the interface disappear when I'm drawing. So if I'm doing something like the inking, I can make it a bit clearer, and I probably should have done this a bit sooner, because you've probably seen more of the screen now of what's going on. Koi, it is an eraser for the undo button, but once you ink, it's very hard to undo. Where did we get Kirby from? Kirby would just swallow it. Okay, Sketchbook is free in mobile. Cool. You do have that gradient fill, you just got to open the paint bucket and select mode for gradients. Yeah, that's in Sketchbook, but in Procreate I don't think you've got that. You've got a gradient map, which you can kind of like do all your values in the artwork, and then it will gradient map it. It kind of puts a gradient overlay of everything, and I've done that in a few of my earlier videos. I kind of like had the coloured version of like a venomized bumblebee, and then I did a gradient map. I think it was Blaze, and it looked kind of like a burnt reddy orange and almost a sienna style effect, which looked really cool. But it's one thing that's missing in Procreate as such. I don't know if they've got plans to add that in the future. Oh, and I just realised I didn't actually get onto the second little nitpick in Procreate, even though it's an amazing app, and that is the selection tool. And I don't know if I'll show it on here, but there is, when you select and you kind of like invert in that, sometimes you get a couple pixels out around the bit that you've inked, and it's not the end of the world, but at the same time it is kind of frustrating. I tend to, on the artwork, go through it, and you won't see it in the videos, but I kind of like go around with the eraser tool and pick out all these extra little bits that need removing, so that when you have the final JPEG that's done, you don't get any like white bits between the background and the line art. But they're just like little nuances with the program. Once you've figured it out and you've got your head around it, it's not really that bad. Let's the only consideration I've got when I do these parts of the venomized structure is I'm not closing the lines. So once I filled the once I actually fill the artwork in with a solid color, I then have to kind of like go through and use the select tool and go around the lines, which is it's a bit time consuming, but the final effect is really worth it. I can have a lot of fun with making the kind of artwork look a bit more detailed in those areas. What else we got? Ooh, that's not a bad idea, Spaghetti Skeleton. Kind of like a Mortal Kombat Transformer crossover. That's interesting. How about this, Galahound 19? How about this for a community redraw idea? Take people's monster designs and turn them into mech armors like your brand new narrator. Galahound, I like the way you think, and I guess I can spoil it. One of the upcoming community redraws, it's not the next one, but one in the future that I scheduled out is going to be something to do with mech armors, and I may have Nexum returning in that one to talk about the mech armors from people and their designs, which will be quite fun. How am I getting this one to do? That doesn't look quite right to me. What's missing? The showing. Oh, okay, no, that'll be fine. Just need to do. That's better. It's kind of missing the hint for the bicep there. Which is okay, because I can add the... kind of add the metal bit coming across. And then we've got his other hand. So, how's this? I do find hands and feet are the hardest thing to draw. They look so simple, but they are. I think everybody will tell you, and it's unless someone's drawn them for hours and hours, a lot of people will say the same thing. Hands and feet are really tricky to do. If I make it look easy, then it's because I've drawn the hand in this pose for so many times already on my channel, or in the artwork on the channel, but I still struggle with figuring out the best way sometimes to draw hands and to get certain aspects done. I think we'll come back up here for the cape in a second. Justin asks, what do you think the fastest way to learn the art fundamentals are? To do them. There's no way. If you're bad at drawing hands, draw hands or do something to draw hands. If you're not very good at drawing something, like body proportions were a bit of a issue for me. The more I've done on the channel, the more I've kind of gotten better at gotten better at doing body proportions. It's a bit of my accent coming through there. Better. But yeah, no, it's a case of just draw them. Pick a element or something that you want to do, whether it's a character or something you find difficult to draw, and practice them. Make sure you draw them. If it's a case of a character and you think your hands are really bad at the moment, make the hands the focal point. So do the pose where there's a hand forwards or open or at an angle which you wouldn't normally consider drawing instead of a fist, and then work on that, and you'll learn the fundamentals more as you go along. The other thing to do is don't be afraid to use a reference image for what you're doing. I have on my other monitor several pictures of Shredder open at the moment from the 80s style as well as other ones where he's in different angles. So there's a couple where he's got his arms up like this, like that, similar to a pose that I've got here. He's got his arms to the side. One where he's hopping mad, it looks like jumping in the air, or his arms across, and it's kind of useful to get those references and to use them. Same with lighting, which is something people do struggle with. If you're lighting an object, pick a direction for the light source to come from. So I kind of have a favourite. I tend to try have the light source coming from the top right down normally in my artwork. I do try to vary it depending on the angle of the person, but it's the same principle. Everything that's on the same side as the light source, so if it's on your left, everything on the left is lighter and everything on the right is darker, which is easier to say than do on sometimes, because you've got to think about shadows and kind of like reflective light and rim light and that as you develop. But for the basics, just do them, just give it a go, and if you don't like it, try it again. Eventually you will get there. It's literally practice. The amount of people that have said, oh, I wish I could draw as good as you and that, and I'm like, you can. Anyone can. It's just practice, practice and practice. ironically, I do all this art and that, and a little bit of information about myself. When I was younger, and I was doing GCSE, or basically, I don't know what it's over in America. It's kind of like secondary school or higher education. Um, I failed graphics, which was an art subject. I didn't exactly fail it. I got a really low grade in it, and people see my art now and they're like, "Oh my god, that's really good. That's really, really, really good. I wish I could draw like that." And you can. It's just practice. Just stick with it. If you enjoy it, draw it. And the best thing about art is it's subjective. If you like it, there'll be others out there that'll like it. And if people don't like it, ignore the bad criticism. Look for the constructive criticism, because sometimes there are people out there that don't structure criticism very nicely at times. But just, if you're enjoying doing the art, do it. If you like it, keep on at it. Everyone started at the same place drawing. We all your favorite artists and YouTubers, or art YouTubers, me, Popcross, CHC, Jazza, that Martin Abel guy, ADC Art Attack. We all started at the same place in terms of our drawings. We all at one point couldn't draw very well, and it's just a case of it's something you work on, like anything really. Oh, thanks, Galahand. Glad you're liking how the picture's coming along. Venomized Toothless. Maybe Star Wars antagonists venomized like General Krell, who's such a jerk, or Kane Bad, or Bosk. Yeah, I did want to do some. I did think of doing Grievous venomized at one point, just because he's got the extra arms, which I thought would look really funky. And I thought they could look quite cool, which would be quite interesting. Maybe I could do a Sith, venomize a load of Sith characters like Darth Vader or Darth Maul and Kylo Ren and that, and just give them a different symbiote. I have been trying to figure out my own symbiote, so a name of a symbiote and some abilities. I wanted to make it kind of unique with that and the colour scheme for them. I haven't gotten very far with that. I've been learning while creating narrators for the channel that it is extremely difficult to come up with some of the characters and personalities. Right, let's have a look how that's looking. That's not too bad. Okay, now here's the moment of truth. I need to see if I've got any lines that are not closed. Oh, wow. Sorry, the amount of the shock there is the amount of times that you draw and then you go to select something and you don't realize it's actually sorted. So I invert that, I get the white background color, drop that in, and then I can turn the background layer off and check that I've got everything. But I think you guys can see what I mean by the white outline around it, which you might be able to see about now. The sort of like the white outline around the bits. You don't notice it when the white background's on, but you do when there's other colour bits. Another good tip, clipping masks are absolutely amazing for anyone who's kind of wanting to pick up anything else or any more tips in the process. So the clipping mask is super nice, super simple. It just allows you to, let's find a purple colour. We'll colour in his cape where it's funky purple. What's the most used colour on that? Oh, we'll go over grey. So clipping mask will let you take out everything from the base shape. So if I pick a colour for his skin, for example, I'll change it to a skin colour because he's got a few bits of skin on him, and I fill this out the nice thing about it is that when you do a section and you go over the edge of it, so let me just do this section first, just to block this out. When you go over the edge onto the white bit, the clipping mask stops it going out of anything that's beyond the shape. So effectively, without the clipping mask you've got the overspill, and with the clipping mask you haven't got the overspill, which is quite nice. I did notice though that I've missed 2 bits to take out, which will look really weird otherwise. And go back to that layer because I can erase the extras. Right, let's do old shiny Shredder's skin colours as we go along on this. Get the flats in, then I can show you a bit more of the process of bringing these illustrations kind of to life, and it's quite a relaxing process doing this at times. I can easily get lost in doing all the artwork quite happily, and then realise, oh, I should have been doing something else right about now. Well, that didn't work exactly how I wanted it to, but that'll do. Right, so this one, I need that section. That one. In fact, let's do it this way. The only thing now with it being a live stream is you get to see where I make the mistakes that I can't edit out from the video editing. It's not often that you make any major mistakes. I say that, I'm going to mess something up in a minute and you can have a nice little laugh at me. But yeah, it's not very often you make any major mistakes when you're doing it. It's just a case of, from time to time, you guarantee there's something that you're going to undo or something as you're drawing the artwork or colouring it. The one feature I do like with the select tool is that you can stop and start it, which is really nice because when you undo, you only undo your last line, which I kind of wish some of the other applications like Photoshop had this. It's a really nice feature. So as you can see with what I'm doing now, I'm kind of going around where the symbiote bits would be so I can get the purple of the cape. And because it's on the layer below, I'm not too worried about going around the hand as such. I will tidy up some of these areas afterwards, but it does allow me to block out colours quite freely and then just colour up and touch up some of the bits that I've missed on the way around, which is quite good because I can have the bits where the symbiote's coming out a bit more, or I can make it a bit more kind of organic, or split them up a little bit to try and make it look like the symbiote's kind of spread out a bit, as you can get, which is quite cool. What else we got in the chat? Yes. Lilo Stitch experiments as Ben 10 aliens. That's quite an interesting one. They are kind of, yeah, that'd be quite interesting. I think that would be a fun concept to do. Or Ben 10 aliens as Lilo and Stitch characters, and you take them and you make them kind of like into the cute version of themselves for Lilo and Stitch. Could flip it on its head and do it the other way around, maybe. Venomized Toothless. Yeah, basically just slap the Omnitrix on their chest and say, new aliens! But yeah, Justin, you're right, it wouldn't be that interesting. Fingernails are the bane of your existence. Is that fingernails literally or in drawing? Because I tend to not do them on the comic style if I can avoid it. Depending on how much detail I'm doing, you can sometimes get away with not having to do a fingernail as such on the concept. Another tip, if anybody wants it, is when you're doing blacks, as in colouring sections, do them slightly off black. It sounds a bit odd, but the lighting and the shading show up better. So this is a black colour, but I may make it just slightly more bluer, and then it works out really nice when you're adding your rendering details on the end. One thing when I was younger, I used to just do a solid black fill underneath, and then I was thinking, that's not got real good contrast on it, which kind of wish it had done, but on some of the older artworks I've done, yeah, you live and you learn, which is always good. Right, let's just tidy that up a little bit. And then fill out some more of this. So I want that bit to be black. That bit in here. I guess the other fun bit that we have is anyone who does any form of art will know is when you're doing something digitally like this, is remembering where all the different colours go. And again, that's just practice, but it is nice to see people who, I don't know, I guess it's kind of fun watching YouTubers and people you follow, without trying to sound mean, mess up on their streams or their artwork when they're doing it, or make a mistake, and it just shows we're all human and you can relate to them a bit more, which is quite nice. If I don't mess up too badly on this stream with the artwork, then I've done a good job, but at the same time, there will be a moment where something's going to go wrong. I could just feel it. Let's sort his tongue out. Let's have some fun and sort the venomized tongue out. So I like to choose a pink fleshy colour, and then just pretty much drop that right back down underneath everything, so I don't have to worry too much later. And just drop that tongue in there. I'm trying not to zoom in too much just yet, so you can see a good portion of the screen. So do that pink flesh tongue colour, and then just tidy up around the edges. In fact, I'm going to be a bit cheeky right now, and I'm going to add a few little slimy drops onto the actual tongue. I might add some floating around elsewhere, but we'll give it a bit of a creepier time. What colour should we do the bone structures? Maybe that golden yellow for the teeth and that. The other thing to bear in mind with Procreate, if you're using it, depending on your iPad, you do have a layer limit, and I think I've got I've got 13 layers available on the size that I've got my canvas and the resolution at the moment, which it sounds like a lot, but it's not. However, at the same time, it does work out quite nicely. I can merge the layers down in a certain order later on, and they'll consolidate in a sense, and it'll look quite cool. Right, let's just add a bit more symbiote bits here. Cool. And more purple. What else have we got in the chat? A minute. Spaghetti Skeleton, I don't know what one I'm going to use yet, or what colour scheme I'm going to use just yet. It may be similar to Agony, so it's got the contrast of colours, so I may do a yellowy orange symbiote for Shredder. I'm not 100% sure on the main aspects of the kind of goop for the symbiote, because it is kind of like the blue colours, but sometimes the black colour works. I think the nice thing about being at the stage of doing the flat colours is that we can pick and mix and match the colours as we go along. Procreate does have a nice colour tool which will allow you to so on the colour wheel, if I go to Harmony, I can see the contrasting colour, which is this weird greeny colour, which works quite well. But it's just a case of we'll see when we get there. I know I said it, I know the title's sort of like venomizing, but that's such a and you kind of just carnagerizing, I guess. What would we call it? Would we call it agonizing if it was agony? Don't know, but basically the nice thing about the symbiotes is when they fuse with different hosts and that, they can change colour, and they can have this kind of different contrast to them, where they have this nice colour scheme. I say colour scheme, you can just have fun, you can make it work to stand out for you as you're doing it. You're not set to all symbiotes must be pitch black. Usually it's to identify them, but at the same time we'll see what we can come up with and what we get at the end of it. A tip for eyes, while I'm giving tips during this, is just do an off, kind of like a bluish off colour, or a very pale grey for the fill colour. So when you add your lights and your shadows, it looks really nice at the end. I think I'm almost at the stage of being able to do... Oh, speaking of mistakes, here's another one. Another section I missed taking out, which is all good fun. And for this one, I'll do these. Kind of like bony, yellowy colour spikes. Kind of like bad teeth in a sense, they remind me of, but I kind of got in the habit of either doing them this colour or the light bluish colour that you get. If Shredder does like pizza, what do you think his favourite toppings are? Turtles on a half shell. He'd probably have the turtles on a pizza at least once. It'll be some kind of turtle pizza, sushi, pizza and turtle soup. Koi Fish Gaming, crazy to see this live. It's crazy doing it live, to be honest. It's really weird because I'm kind of conscious there's people in the stream watching and people will be watching this, but at the same time I'm also conscious that I'm the only one in the room physically at the moment, so it does work out to be it's quite cool. But it is cool that you guys are joining in for the first stream, and we've had sort of like, but I think the most we've had at one point was, well, I think we've had more than 12 viewers at one point at the start, and it's kind of like dipping in and out, which is quite good. Shredder olives, because they're black and sliced. Yeah, go for it. Its eyebrow is skin colour at the moment. I will be going back to change the colour of that. It's one of those fun bits where as you add all the colours and the layers and stuff up, and you're building up each different colour in conjunction, you kind of get a funky effect where until you finish the section completely, you get this lovely little bit where his eyebrow could be a colour, or his another part of his body can be a colour, and it's not actually going to be that in the final version, but it is currently. I think another one, if Red Knight is still here, I've got no idea if they are, if they've left, but if they do watch this later on, another tip for venomizing is kind of do these little bumps that I've got around the legs and stuff to try and give the idea of something's coming out of it. I would like to see an image of things like Jason Voorhees killing Scooby-Doo and the rest of Mystery Inc. and Doomsday fighting All Might while being surrounded by the corpus of Class 1A. Oh, that does sound quite good. That's it's also a bit dark, but that does sound quite good. It would be interesting to do some stuff like that. I might do something like that on a Halloween episode, or something more gory like a demon episode. I might take it and just sort it so it's a bit gorier, which would be quite cool. I suppose I'm not too far off it if you're doing a symbiote, in a sense, because they are kind of in essence, symbiotes are kind of gory creatures on their own. Okay, so let's add another layer, and let's start doing some of these metal bits that we've got for the hand and the other elements. A slightly lighter shade of grey with a bit of blue in them. Just make sure I don't go over too much of the skin. In fact, maybe this should be on a layer under the skin. That way I can kind of be... So let's put this right at the bottom. Okay, not quite right at the bottom, above the purple. And then let's just get some of this done here. So that's nice. That I can go in and out the symbiote bit that's sticking onto his mask. I was kind of thinking of getting his mask to kind of break off a little bit, but I think there's a nice touch of his helmet being pushed out the way at the moment, and I will just tidy this up, because speaking of things not going to plan, I completely forgot that the purple was under the layer instead of over it. But that's part of the fun of a live stream. Definitely under this. Nope. Okay, let's do it this way. Some potentially bits sticking out there. I suppose the nice thing about doing art is your kind of like chosen bit is, because it is subjective, you can have so much fun doing all these little kind of like colouring bits and decisions of where you want things to be or look or act, and then when you add the lighting and the shading later on, you kind of don't have to worry about the colours anymore, because you put them in, you put the effort in on this stage to get them how you want them. What else have we got? That's completely right. Justin Bob Ross would say it's happy little accidents, and they're always happy little accidents. Sometimes some of the best artwork I've come up with, or part of the design that looks really cool, is something that I've not intended to do on the piece. I've just ended up with a happy accident, which is kind of fun. Sometimes, however, I will argue with Bob Ross, there are some unhappy accidents that, because I have no idea how to fix them traditionally, and in the younger days I did have to start again a few times, which was a little bit frustrating when you're trying to meet deadlines on drawings and stuff and get them out of the way, or you spent hours on a piece traditionally and you messed it up, which is it's a happy accident for the learning side, it's an unhappy accident for the I've got to start this again side. But I think everybody's been there. Could you imagine Pan's Labyrinth monsters done like this? Oh, I remember that film. I used to love that film. See, it's all these old films are showing my age, but they are the good films that I used to enjoy years back, which were like years and years ago, and they are always nice when the names come up, like Pan's Labyrinth, with just the whole live action story bit for it, and that was just absolutely amazing. It was great fun watching some of the older films. Saying that, I watched a lot of cartoons and anime as well. Turning Monster Hunter monsters into teenage musicians be a bad idea too. I will add that to the list, Gopher, on the ninja from Lego Ninjago. Give them mech armors and make them human. That'd be quite cool. They are kind of human, and they do have some kind of mechs, but I get what you're getting with that. That would be interesting. Yes, I did see that Scooby-Doo series that looked like Family Guy, and I died a little inside. I have to say, some of the artwork on the remix stuff of that's been done for like Scooby-Doo and other things, I have died a lot inside as well as a little inside, because I don't know, I know they're doing the artwork how they are, it's kind of like modernizing it to be with current artwork styles that are trending at the moment, but I think it just lost what makes it Scooby-Doo in terms of the artwork and the animation. The original Hanna-Barbera style with them, or even the more modernized Mystery Inc. Incorporated ones were okay. It took a little bit getting used to the style on the Mystery Inc. one, but it was still close to the original. It was it had the key aspects of what made Scooby-Doo look Scooby-Doo. He looked like a Great Dane. On the weird Family Guy style one, it just looked weird, and I'm a fan of Family Guy. It's an absolutely amazing series, but at the same time it was really weird to watch that. I don't even think I finished an episode of it, to be honest. I think I got through probably about half an hour or so with my youngest, and I was just like, I can't watch this. Just no. It was just purely no. I got no other word than no for it, really. Dragon Rider armor. It's interesting you say that, Justin, because I've thought about doing something with the Encanto characters at some point. Just not 100% sure what. Demons could be an interesting one. I do like demons, and as I say, I've got a narrator for the demon stories, as it were, in the works. I've kind of like fleshed them out. I still need to decide on a name for them, though. That might be a community poll coming out at some point, just to give everyone the lovely heads up on that one. So that could be rather interesting to See how that comes out. I have no idea how to do the voice or the accent, so like when I started doing Dino Claw, which was this weird David Attenborough style cross with a posh British accent, and I really need some coaching on accents. Just literally voice coaching. I am terrible at them, but I do have a good fun. Nexum is probably the only one that's come out really well so far, accent wise, and I have to say he reminds me of Ace Rimmer from Red Dwarf. I don't know if any of you have seen that. If you haven't, then I am really showing my age. But it is a case of Ace Rimmer is kind of like here. He kind of talks like Nexum in the Sharp vs Nexum episode I did, where he's kind of like, it's weird. I can do the voice when I know I'm on my own, but I can't really do the voice right this second. It's kind of like the whole Nexum here. It's that kind of voice where he's sort of like, he's kind of suave but kind of common at the same time with the slightly deeper voice. But it's definitely one of those interesting ones. Do I want that to be that colour? Right, let's delete that and give us an extra layer. I'm going to test something a second. About a pinky red colour, maybe like a carnagey one. Or go a weird green. Ah, make him green like a turtle. That would really be irony. Brightness too bright. So what we'll do is we'll keep it that colour, but I won't merge that colour in properly just yet. So I merge down there and I merge these together. We'll keep those layers separate at the moment. Okay, so now for the bit where I was on about doing the one clipping mask layer at the top, so that anything I create is new. Doing the kind of like the noise bit. So I select kind of like a blackish colour, and I've got a noise brush here. I can't remember where I got it from, but basically you want a textured brush. And the general principle is you have it set on full opacity and full bit, and you just click down and you just go over everything on that layer with the noise brush. Not too hard, just lightly to get the light pressure, and you get this kind of blotchy effect. And then once you've done that, I set it to like a high pass mode, and I can change the opacity if I want, but I will create a new layer above and set it to be an overlay, and I use the same color that I'm going to use for the kind of like the highlights later on. An airbrush set to a really low opacity. I think I've got it down to like 10, is that 7%? And then it allows me to just add little bits of highlight where I want to when I'm on the right layer. So when I'm on the overlay layer, it allows me to just control this a bit to add some highlights, and I'll just change the size of the brush from time to time. And the idea is I just want to pick up where I think from the light coming in it's going to hit the character more, to create this kind of almost highlighted section. And this is where kind of like a bit of practice and experience with lighting comes in. So I will erase some bits that I don't want, because even though it will be on these areas, it'll be more higher up to kind of create that, kind of want to create that dimension into it where you kind of got the areas that are going to be hit by it. I do need a bit over here for the specular, I say specular, the reflective elements of the light and that. And then you just kind of think where the light's coming from and you think about the angles, so it's going to be... It's not too much at this stage, but you kind of get the idea. You're kind of just picking out a few areas so that once I then do my kind of like layer process now.
What have we got in the chat? A demon pepper. Is that a pepper is in the fruit, or is that pepper is in Peppa Pig? Because that would look quite interesting too. Just make them look like actual humans and not Lego body. That would work, go for dude. Opinions on Ben 10 reboot. Alien Force and Alien Omniverse are continuations. There's only been one reboot of Ben 10. Are you on about that style that's similar to the Scooby-Doo one that you're on about? That was the that was the kind of like the kiddie blocky style, which was a bit of a... If you are, I was not really sure on that one. I watched a bit. It wasn't as bad as the Scooby-Doo one though. I have to say it wasn't that bad in comparison. It was watchable. Tip for Venomized Toothless says, tips for accents: get a sombrero and a mustache and then eat tacos every night. I'm not sure about accents, but I'll definitely be authentic by the end of that. Thanks, Minecraft.
It's coming along quite nicely. It's... The thing I find is when you do the artwork, it doesn't look quite so amazing until you start adding the details on top. So the pencils look really nice at that stage, even digitally. The line art can look really good, but it's also, you lose a bit in it. And then when you got the flats, you think, ah, well, it's nothing special at this point. But as soon as you start adding that little bit of lighting to it and then start rendering the extra bits out, it kind of goes together really nicely. So just to give you guys some tips on process here, I use a hard light layer set to about 50%, and I've got 2 of these, and the reason is because then I can change how intense the overlay is for the solid color and the gradient one on top for the shadows. Then I have an overlay layer and an add layer in Procreate, which is kind of like a glow layer in Sketchbook, and that allows me to add kind of like a soft highlight and a proper highlight at the end, and then I'll create a brand new layer above all of it and add the rim lighting on it and any specular, like really solid lights, and then I'll do a background underneath everything after merging some down. But the next step we're going to do is do some of the shadows around the face and that, and then start building it up.
Venomized Toothless,
I did have on this iPad originally, because I was like that at the start. You can get these screen covers, protective screen covers, that feel like a paper texture, which work quite well. The only thing I did find is after a year or two, because it wore down the on the end of the Apple Pencil, but now that they're all this not quite the same plastic material, it kind of wears them down a bit quicker. So it's down to you if you can get replacement nibs. You can get them quite cheap, but it's how frequently you want to do it. If you're doing it digitally on an iPad, it's good. For a tablet, in terms of a touch screen, I don't think there's any way around it. Some touch screens you get will have a bit more resistance. You can change the delay and the lag on it a bit, so it's like a paper, like the feel for paper when you're drawing, even though you don't have that texture. But if you're using a tablet, you can get the screen bits with it on, which were really good, and I used it for quite a while. You get that kind of ASMR sound of like pencil on paper, that kind of like scratchy sound a little bit from time to time as well, which is quite good.
thanks, Goya.
I'm glad you think it's a certified badass. Shredder, can't talk now. Shredder is kind of originally one of the badass bad guys from Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. The first couple of seasons of the original series, he was a bit comical, but he was really, really more of a badass.
and then they added some extra bits, and the series took a turn a little bit, but it's still a good series. Ben Jedi Ram, hello and welcome to the stream. Oh, thank you. I'm glad you enjoyed the Venomization videos. Hopefully you've checked out the Multiverse story arc, because that's got the most Venomized videos with a bit of story in that on it. I have to say, I think my two favourite Venomized videos I've done so far are Subnautica Creatures Venomized, because that Reaper Leviathan, I don't know how, it looked stunning to me, and you can kind of see it on the corner of the stream with the colour overlay underneath my little circle mask icon of me for the camera. That came out really well, and I really enjoyed working on that one. I got into Subnautica after playing it a little bit, and then all of a sudden I've been hooked. Kind of like how Koi-Fish has got me hooked on Cuphead. So Koi-Fish, you can laugh, you can smile, you can take all the credit for that one. Cuphead is absolutely addictive, and it is just absolutely fun to play. And I say I've managed to get to the second aisle using an Xbox controller on my laptop, which is brilliant. It's definitely a lot of fun. In fact, let's zoom this in a bit so you guys can see the process a bit more of what I'm doing when I'm venomizing some of these bits. So on this layer, which is my bottom layer of the kind of like the main rendering bits, I'm building up the solid bits of shadow where I think it will not really reflect the light as such, but it will also give the kind of the structure of the shapes in a sense. So I think the main thing is just to follow the general rule that anything underneath the light source will be dark, and anything away from it gets darker, and if it's solid colours, it's solid, which works out really nicely. When you do shading, it just comes like... I absolutely agree, Gopher Dude. It's just as soon as you start doing the shading elements and you start adding that little bit of detail, it just adds it all together. I think the trick with shading is sometimes less is more, but that's really more on your highlights more than anything else. I mean, it's kind of a case of with shadows, depending on the feel of the piece, you want to just do enough of the shadows to give the impression of where the shadow, where the sort of like light source is coming from at times, and then you can really have fun. And then if you really want to play around with it, you can add a few extra elements to it, so you can kind of like here, like, because even though it's in the shadow, there's a symbiote tendril, I've kind of drawn the tendril out on this kind of bit around here, sorry, around this bit here, just to add that extra bit of detail for it to make it look, yeah, so there's a reflective shadow there because the light will be hitting. He's not in like a dark room, which is quite good. The nice thing is, you guys haven't seen what my iPad does from time to time, and it kind of dims the screen a little bit, which is, it works, but at the same time it's kind of a jolt to your eyes when it just fades down just ever so slightly. But I'm glad it's not come across on the stream as that, because it looked like the iPad was going into a standby mode or something. It's just dimmed the colours a little bit. It does work nicely on shading though. It gives it a bit of a less of a glare from the screen on brightness, which works out really, really well. Oh, Justin, I did actually, I wanted to do something like that with Popcross's Avatar, but Benny Sharp versus Nexon won, and I was very lucky that Popcross saw that post in my community post. I didn't realise he was following it, and he super kindly said if I wanted him to do a couple lines for his character, he would be happy to do that if I sent them over. So I spent 3 days researching and coming up with it. But yeah, doing YouTubers. If I had to draw his avatar, which was one of the other options in the poll, I was going to venomize him, which would be absolutely insane. I might still do that. I might take like Jazza CHC or their stuff. Like with ADC Art Attack, I could take Bob the Duck. With CHC, I could take his kind of like his Zack character and venomize them and stuff. That would kind of be cool. That might work out really nicely. It's something I have thought about doing on some of the characters, which is quite interesting. How do you feel about the Triceratons? Kinda yeah, kinda no. I do like them. It's just I don't really know how I feel about them. Never really thought about it, if that makes sense. Koi Fish, it was a lot of fun playing, and I think I kind of opened up a bit more in that second stream we did when we were playing Cuphead rather than Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. I think it was the first experience on a live stream was your gaming streams, and it was kind of I didn't know what to expect or anything like that. However, it was quite fun and I really enjoyed it. And then with Cuphead, it's just like, yeah, I'm addicted now. Just absolutely addicted to the game. I have to force myself not to play it on my breaks so I can actually get on with my art recently, just because I started playing it and it was like, oh, this is so cool. And once the controller's linked in and the controls are so much easier than the keyboard, you're like, I'll just spend 5 more minutes on this level to do it. Just spend 5 more minutes on this run and gun bit. I got so close to it because you see that little progress bar at the end, and then it's like 2 hours later. Oops, that was supposed to be a 10-minute game. But no, it is awesome, and I am looking forward to the DLC, which I'm like a load of others. I thought DLC was downloadable content until I was looking up the lore, and I noticed it was the delicious last course. So I think they were quite clever. It covers both, but at the same time, it's like, yeah, I'm looking forward to that on Thursday. That'll be quite cool. And if any of you guys are Cuphead fans and you've just joined the stream, I will be doing a Cuphead as Transformers episode, and I've adapted the lore for it. So the lore's all written out, and I've picked the characters, and I've got some of the new bosses as Transformers on the islands. So it will all tie in quite nicely, and it'll be quite cool. But that's all I'm saying on it. I don't want to spoil the artwork. I don't want to spoil which characters I've picked. It is just literally a case of I have that coming up very soon, and it's going to be quite fun. Justin asks, which backstory of Shredder do you like more? The student rival to Splinter, or the Shredder unalive the owner of the rat version of Splinter? I like the original one where he's the student who's got the rival with Splinter, and Splinter became a human to a rat. I think that has more depth to the story, and I think it allows the characters to kind of develop a bit more. So I think it's got that whole rivalry, but it's also got the fact that it ties it all together. It's quite nice. So I like the original one from the 80s where he was the rival to Splinter as a human who could turn to a rat. But I did like it in the movie when Splinter was a little rat and he was copying the moves I think he was in the cage, and they made the little rat the puppet rat kind of like do the like martial art moves. But for story wise, I'd have to say the original one as a student is probably the best one. I've watched Popcross for a couple of years. The style that I had is influenced, or I have now, is definitely influenced by him. I would say that the biggest influence from him on my style, though, is the lore. In terms of the actual rendering style, I kind of had that before. I tried several styles out, but I kind of had that one down beforehand. On some of the videos, it was kind of similar to. I kind of did the anime style one, and it was kind of an in between of Popcross's style and anime. Then I went to a more realistic style, which I can still do, and some of the multiverse story arc episodes do have that realistic style, like my Optimus Prime Venomized one. I've got that on the wall over there, and the detail on it, I've never done one so detailed again, but it was one of my proudest pieces of artwork, I have to say, because of the fact that I just nailed the reflections on Prime's outfit. It was really, really good. I started playing with values first and then colours over the top for a while, so I could get some really big details. The problem was, you're kind of tied down with time when you do YouTube videos, if you want to do them on a regular basis. So before, the really detailed ones would take 8 hours a piece to do digitally. So the Optimus Prime, the She-Hulk and that, they took anywhere between 4 hours to 8 hours to do that. Redrawing the Android 18 I did over lunch breaks and outside of work in a week, and that took me about 3 days to do it. So that style is quite nice, but to do the highly detailed stuff, and I would like to do some more. Especially like my Godzilla vs Devastator painting, that took me 3 solid days on it. I spent ages rendering that, and from the time lapse you can see I did all the greys and the sort of like darker colours first, and then I built it up from that. And it was amazing. It was great to build up the skills in that, but I think there's a balance you've got to get between what you're doing for mass producing and what you've got time to do. So for example, I don't do YouTube as my full-time job. I'm at the state, I don't know if anyone caught Popcross's sort of like Q&A. I'm at the state he was at like 2 years ago, where I have a job and I do something completely different to art as my day-in job, 9 to 5. And all the videos I do each week around that. So Monday's video tends to get done at the weekend. Friday's video tends to get done sort of like between Monday and Wednesday with up to date editing. Sometimes it can take a bit longer. I just fit around where it goes and get them in. But when you're doing more than one character, you've got to kind of adapt your style a bit. So it's quite influenced with the comic-y style, which a lot of people have got, but my style's quite influenced by a variety of artists. So Martin Abel, there are a few other artists over the years that I've picked up, especially stuff like I think it's Akira Toriyama, the guy who did Dragon Ball series and that. So anime, I was very much into anime stuff when I was younger and picking that up. But it's also it's also a case of working up the styles. So I would say 2 years or so I've been following Popcross for. I never ever expected him to notice my channel, to be honest. It was like a year ago I was saying to my eldest, it'll be really surreal if he did that, and this year it's happened, which is absolutely fantastic. But it's also a case of I think my biggest influence from him is doing lore and stories. After watching a few episodes where he did that, it kind of got into it. And doing characters on the channel is kind of what you guys in the community wanted. I wasn't sure about it. I was happy to give it a go, and I asked the question, and people wanted me to do a character. So I came up with Dino Claw. And obviously being a first character, is accent first time round was not brilliant. It was not great. It was I don't know the best way to describe it other than it was a weird David Attenborough British style accent. Gone wrong is the best way I could probably describe that.
But it was a lot of fun coming up with the character and trying to set the 7 deadly sins as dinosaurs for it, which was good fun. And then it just built from there. I got Nexum, and it took about 3 episodes to get that down. By the time I did a whole episode with his voice, that was a lot of fun. But I think I'm heavily influenced by Popcross nowadays, but that's because I think he's done some encouragement, and some of the stuff that I'm doing now, he's obviously done first, like the community redraws. But at the same time, he said he was biased, he thought it was a good idea. I've thought about it for ages, but I didn't have the community or enough people, which is quite good. Oh, what have we got here? Cuphead is art come to life. Yeah, I agree with that, Koifish. Venomized. Yeah, it's the same with everybody. If you've got a artist you like Popcross, you kind of pick up the styles and that, and it's kind of a similar thing. So it's like with when you do a live stream and you explain your process to people, you guarantee people are going to be like, oh, that's a good idea, I haven't tried that, and they'll pick up the style. And I get people say, oh, be original, don't copy them, don't copy their style, but you can copy a style and still make it your own. So, sorry, I need to get a drink a second. So you can copy the process of a style, but do your own spin on it. Whereas I've got things that are slightly different to Popcross's style, even though the final result looks similar, it's different. The lore in my stories is my own interpretation of doing something, like venomizing and that. He's got his own version, where it's quite cool. And who knows, maybe some point down the line, you know, I might get lucky enough or something to do another collab with another YouTuber at some point, which would be absolutely amazing. But at the same time, I kind of feel that the whole origin of art is copying, and people kind of don't get that. The whole thing about art is, to learn art, you've got to copy something, a style, an object, something. This is the only way you learn and develop the skills, and then you make it your own when you get then you make it your own as you get influenced by more people. So buying a lot of comics and that, I got heavily influenced by Spider-Man from Marvel Comics and X-Men comics and that. So some of the details I do for comic art style come from that. But yeah, I think it's just a case of everybody takes in the art from others.
Do you like sleeping in bed in the winter or the summer? Oh, I'm lucky I can sleep anywhere. I've even once slept standing up, which was a real weird experience, but it was quite interesting. I prefer to be cooler than hotter, so I probably prefer it as winter time, when you can have a window open, a cool breeze come in, and you can snuggle up nice and comfy. Minecraft Transformers. Oh, are you trying to guess what I'm doing as the actual characters there, Minecraft? Cuphead is Optimus and Mugman is Megatron. Not quite. This is going to be set. The only hint I'm giving is it's set around the start of the war on Cybertron, but it is not in the same area as Optimus Prime and Megatron, so they don't appear. Hello, Ravenhack. Welcome to the stream. Oh, thanks, Jared. I'm glad you're enjoying how the art's turning out. I'm trying to incorporate my art style of Yuki Tabata, the creator of Black Clover, but it's proven to be difficult. I love that guy's art so much. I tell you what, his art style for the for Black Clover is absolutely amazing. I read the manga way before I started watching the animated series, and it's kind of like My Hero Academia or a couple others. The animated series are great, but they don't do justice to the actual manga artwork style that's there. I think it's kind of like the series Bleach, which the manga itself, the artwork in it was absolutely amazing. The anime, with the first few introductory bits to the actual episodes in like the first season, they weren't as detailed, obviously because it's an anime, but they weren't as detailed as the manga, and it kind of lost something until later on in the series it started actually picking up again. But I have to agree, the Black Clover art style is absolutely amazing. Jared, the first redraw, the submissions are closing. Technically in the UK they're closed now, but you guys are like 5 hours behind from me, so about 9-10 o'clock UK time I'm going to close them, so everyone's had a chance to submit. The first redraw will be coming out in the next week or so. I need time to finish off doing some of the characters. I will let you guys know I have started some of the redraw character designs. I've done 2 already, and they are looking absolutely stunning. And some of the submissions from you guys are absolutely insane. Whether it's the story concept or the artwork, it's absolutely amazing. I'm having a lot of fun. I've also set a time limit, so I don't know exactly how many of the artworks I'm going to be doing as such. I think I'm going to be doing at least 6. Yeah, I'm definitely going to do at least 6. But the main principle is I'm spending about 3 to 4 hours on them, longer than what I do on my normal videos. I want to do some justice to you guys and give something back. So not only have I tried getting a bit more of a nicer video recording habit in, I'm sectioning out time to do more, really, just to say like a thank you to you guys for submitting. Oh, thanks, Jared. I will keep up the art. It's definitely something that is kind of in my blood. I've been drawing from a very young age. There's actually a photo of me in kind of like the family album as a little kid with a massive A3 sketchbook in one hand, and the other hand's got a fistful of pens. I can't be very old in it. I must be like 2 or 3, but yeah, I would say the art is in my blood, and it's something I thoroughly enjoy doing. So there's always going to be art coming out for me on the channel in one way or the other. But I'm glad you guys are enjoying how the art's coming out and how this Venomized Shredder's starting to come out. So it's one of the weird things thinking about it is how you render metal on your drawings. For this style, it's kind of like build it up and then do this weird jaggedy style bit where the light hits it. So you've kind of got this almost jagged bit, as you're going to see now, kind of like here, this sort of like bright whitish colour. But at the same time, you could do a couple of specks like this, and you can make it a bit faint and then pick up a bit. So it's kind of like fading in, and then just come off and add a few little extra specular highlights where you kind of wouldn't get them of the lighting, just to bring a little bit more life to the picture. It's quite good. I agree, Koi-Fish. Subcounts don't matter. They are nice to have, and you know, I'm not going to shy around the bush. I would love to have enough subscribers to have a nice reasonable sized community. I'm not one of those ones that would like to. Well, it's not that I wouldn't like to. I'm not fussed if I have 1,000 to 2,000 subscribers who like my art, or 1 million subscribers who like my art. As long as you guys are enjoying the content and you're having a good time, then I'm happy. And you know, I enjoy putting the content out there, and I'm very appreciative for the fact that you guys enjoy my content. It's also quite interesting to see people's reactions when they see you do the process, or they see how long it actually takes to do the process, and they're like, "Oh, I didn't realize it took that long." Or my favorite quote I've ever had: I was at a Comic Con and I was drawing art with all my art on this table, and I was drawing some art, and they turned around and said, "Did you draw these?" And I'm just like drawing one at a time, and I'm just like, "Yeah." I was a bit shy back then at the Comic Cons. It took a while to get used to it, but they are a great friendly environment. I kind of think most of the art community is really friendly and helpful, to be honest. It's really nice to see that everybody wants to help each other progress and kind of like get better at what they're doing. I would love to do more art related videos on my channel. Maybe I do that like your podcast. Yeah, Ravenhack, if you want to do more art stuff on your channel, go for it. Give it a try, see how it goes. I don't know if you've got the community tab unlocked yet, but if you do by any chance, that's the main subscriber count you need. There's only 2 subscriber milestones you really need on YouTube, to be honest, as a just goals to set, and then don't care about it after that. The 100 to get a custom channel name, so you can have like youtube.com / whatever your channel name is, and the 500 subscribers now to get the community tab, so you can interact with people. So you like what I use it for, so that you can find out what people want, you can have polls, and you can share your content or teasers and that with them, just to give people, you know, that whole inclusion into what you're doing. After that, subs are just, they're nice, they're brilliant, don't get me wrong. Please, everybody, do not unsubscribe for me saying this, but subs aren't the main focus. It should be the content on the channel. That should be your main focus. It should be providing what you do for people, and if people either like it or they won't. If they don't like it, that's their choice, it's fine. If they like it, it's absolutely fantastic and it's brilliant, and as long as you're appreciative of that, I think you'll go far in whatever you're doing on YouTube. What else we got? When will the redraw come out? Go for dude, it will come out within the next 2 weeks. That's all I'm going to say. I'm not going to say for definite how soon after it will come out, just because depending on the month, it may be 1 week after, it may be 2 weeks after. But it will come out within a week or two after the submissions are closed. That'll give me enough time to go through them and sort them. As I've said, there's some amazing submissions this time. I mean, all you guys who submitted, absolutely fantastic, and it's nice to see some have come through from email as well. Like Galahound's one, that came through email, and that's quite a cool design, and the story for that's quite cool. Not sure if they're still here, but if they watch this a bit later on, then I've just plugged your submission. But it's a case of yeah, it's kind of absolutely energizing and mind-blowing of some of the stuff that's been submitted from everybody, and it's just amazing. What else have we got? Would you rather draw a person, an alien, a monster, or a human in an armor? Ooh, that's a tough choice. I would go with an alien or a monster because they are far easier to draw than a human. I can have so much more fun. I could potentially draw a 4-legged demon, something like a hound, something like Four Arms from Ben 10. You could really make the alien or monster or a demon or whatever you're going to do it, you can have fun. You don't have to stick to certain constraints or proportions. It can just look absolutely insane, and then that would work really well for it. It's just one of those things where I guess it varies depending on your personal preference. Well, thanks for joining the stream, Venomized Toothless. It's been good chatting to you, and I'll catch you next time. Justin, I can't remember the age I started drawing. I do remember one of the first pictures that actually looked like art that I ever recall was a Flintstones cartoon drawing. I've still got it somewhere on A4. I might dig it out one day and stick it in the community tab. That's a might. I'm not promising it, but I think I was about 11 at the time, and I have to say my youngest and my eldest now, my eldest is like 13 this year and my youngest is 8 this year, and they are both way better at art than I was at their age. It's absolutely mind-blowing. I love it, but at the same time it's absolutely shocking that they're so good. And they don't even ask me for tips or hints, which is really, really, like, I don't know, it's kind of like, it's nice in a way, but it's also like, I'm your best art resource, but it's all good fun. Ravenhack art does take forever, but it is worth it. I think the other thing to note is it takes longer when you're doing a live stream because of the chat, but nobody take that the wrong way. I'm enjoying interacting and chatting with your, you know, it's quite nice to be working on having questions chucked at me by you. So if you figure out any questions you want to ask anything, process wise or as we've been doing, just chuck it in here. It's not a problem. I'll answer them as best I can. In fact, I got a question for you guys. If I was to put my stuff on a store like Popcross has got, like on Teespring or something, some of the art, would you guys be interested in that? Because I do like the idea of making the art more available to you guys, and you know, having it on somewhere where you can get it at decent quality. And I know I have had a suggestion for a display. You know, my art would look awesome on display, and I might actually get some of that and see how that comes out first of all. Because that's those I think display, if I remember right, it's those metal ones that've got that nice shine to it where you put your artwork on, and I reckon that'll look absolutely stunning. And I know Koi, you're the one that suggested display, and it's an absolutely fantastic idea. I'm definitely going to test it out because I like having my art on my wall, as you can probably tell from behind me. Speaking of turtles, that took 3 days to do, but that's an old turtle one in a comic style, which I am so proud of. I did that working lunch breaks. It was really fun to do that one, and I didn't even think about colouring it. All I wanted to do was just do a comic style and test my inking skills, and it came out so nice. I need to do more of that style at some point. Yeah, thanks for the advice. If I end up making more art on my channel and sort of focus on that, would you think of doing some sort of collaboration to help me get my art out? Yeah, I'd be up for that. We'll have to fit in when it's kind of like we've got time to do that, but I'll be more than happy to do a collab once you figure out what you're doing on it and you get it kind of going. I've got no problem with that later on down the line. That sounds like it's quite good. Just remember to let me know when later on down the line, because it'll be a bit busy. But no, I'm happy to do stuff like that. It's like with Koi's channel, jumping onto the gaming streams. It's all good fun, and you know, helping each other out and jumping on stuff and interacting with each other is part of what makes YouTube fun when you start growing on a channel. It's been a real surreal month or two with it happening with Popcross and then Koi's gaming stuff, which is absolutely amazing. And then yeah, and then building it up from there, and then my first live stream today. So it's been a year of change on the channel, but it's all good and it's all positive. So I'm happy to give back to you guys a little bit where I can. No way I did a Flintstone drawing as a kid too. I forgot where I put it though. Flintstones were amazing as a kid. The sort of like doing the classic Flintstone style with the cartoon, and just I sat there drawing it, and I guess you can tell that when someone's spent years drawing and practicing and picking it up. I remember blowing a couple of people's mind. We were watching Moana when it came out, and I sat there and I was just had a pencil and paper in my hand, and by the time the first 5 minutes had gone by and we had you had the young Moana on it, I drawn her face quite good. I don't have it anymore, but I was proud of it. And faces are the hardest thing to draw in a quick sketch to get the detail like from a Disney film, especially in that 3D style that they do now. It's a bit tricky to knock that out quite quickly, but I just got into the zone, and if you can get into the zone in whatever you're doing, drawing or anything else, it's absolutely fantastic. You just seem to get so much done. Staying in the zone's a different matter though. I don't really buy much, but others would enjoy it. That's cool, Gopher Dude. It's just to get a general feel from it. It's the idea of having something out there, just where if people want to and they can, and that, it's fine. I may also chuck a few things in the Discord at some point, or chuck it on the store and have it free as a download or something somewhere. It will either be a selection of art or ink bundles, like line art from some pieces at some point down the line. I just want to give back to you guys. I haven't planned it out properly yet, but it is something I am interested in doing. So if anybody's interested in that, then just let me know. Ping it on the comments on this, or afterwards, or in the Discord, just so that you can actually sorry, I was just reading what Gopher did, but that Thundercracker drawing I put in your Discord was one of the best things I've drawn on paper. That's cool. That was quite a cool picture. But as I was saying, sorry, getting slightly distracted there. Yeah, I'm looking to give a few things back to the community every now and again. So it might be a drawn ink bundle or something on Discord, or a Google Drive link on a video where you can download like the line arts for you to colour in yourself or print off, and that. Just something simple that won't take a lot of time to do, but it's something I can give back to you guys so that you can enjoy it, really. I still need to iron out all the little details of that, but it will be quite cool. Right, let's try and make a little bit more progress on this. Another tip for venomizing is to try and do these weird shadowy blobs in it. It's weird, but even if you do it with a type of inker, and Shadow Ink is a default one in Procreate, this one that I'm using now, even if you just do them with the default inker from time to time on some of the aspects, probably works better on the darker ones. It just gives a bit more of an organic feel to the symbiote, which is quite good, and it looks quite nice. So we've got that. I want to add another shadow bit down there. Which look quite cool. Let's try and just block out a few more bits on here before I... Nah, let's do the next bit of shading. Let's get to this bit where we're doing the airbrushing bit on it. It's always nice to have the airbrush bit working. I suppose the nice thing about comic art, thinking about it, is as long as you've got the general gist of where all of the light and shadows need to go, in essence, you can kind of get away with not being true to a realistic
effect, the whole nice concept of comic key style art is the impression of it being a certain way. So the impression, like here on his chest, I can make it darker for the darker elements, and I'll go back to the bottom layer and clear up the bits that suddenly look a little bit odd. In fact, is that just where I've not done it right there? Cool. So they look a bit odd, but then you just build up some of the darker bits to blend it in.
A good tip is start on a lower opacity and work your way up. Stream elements, you can make a free merch store with your designs. You totally do that. It's easy. I've actually got a Teespring store set up, which I haven't linked to anybody. I know, Go for Dude, it's absolutely insane, and having the 32 in my Discord, and the nice thing is all the people in the Discord are really decent people. They're happy to talk to each other, share ideas, help each other out, and that's the kind of community I want to have. I want to have the I say I want to have. I think it's better for everybody if it's a nice community where people can share ideas. They kind of look out for each other. You're not mean to each other. The criticism's constructive. So if you said something like, I don't know, someone's done a picture and they're not confident or something, and by your standards it doesn't look like what you do, and you might think it's not the greatest one in the world, you're not mean about it. You're constructive. You're helping them what they might need to improve and stuff, if that makes sense. It's kind of nice to have that with the community, the kind of helpful, nurturing type of community where everybody's at different levels and we all understand that. We've all been there. This is how we improve. Ah, cool. Well, Ravenhack, thank you for joining the Discord. And while it's a small Discord at the moment, I kind of jump in there from time to time. Go for Dude, you're awesome. And I think you need to have some kind of gopher design or something done. You need to design a gopher that can either be your version of Popcross's gopher that keeps popping up in Benny Sharp's stories, or just a gopher that looks cool for your name, Gopher Dude. Me and my eldest have been thinking about this. We love your name that you've picked on there, and I think you should have a go at doing it. Maybe I should do that. Maybe at one time I should get people to redraw characters based on their names or something, and then I will do a redraw of it on an episode somewhere. That could be quite interesting. Yeah, sorry, Gopher Dude, just zeroed you out there, but yeah. No, all the people that I've met on YouTube, you know, and had interactions with and that, I don't have a bad word to say about any of them. You all seem like great people, and it's really nice to have that experience on a platform where sometimes, and you get it on all platforms, but sometimes, even though there's a whole community of nice people, there are sometimes people that, unfortunately, they don't share in the same way of perceiving stuff, if that makes sense. It was a randomized gamer tag on my PS4, and 88 is my favourite number. Fair enough. I'm controversial. My favourite number's 13, which is unlucky for some, but since 13 is the day of a month which my birthday is in, it's kind of my lucky number. So it has been over the years, which is quite cool. I'm not giving away when my birthday month is and that. It's somewhere on the stuff on the internet, to be honest. People could probably find it if they really wanted to. I'm not worried about that. I'm just conscious of community guidelines, not giving out too much personal information on YouTube and stuff. I don't know where that sits in the whole guideline saga. So it's better to be safe than sorry. Because thankfully, to date, 0 community strikes, which I'm very proud of. I know some people are thinking, that's not a big accomplishment, or that's not difficult to do. But depending on your content, and initially when starting out on some of the content, you know, putting music and that on your videos, and then learning about all the copyright stuff on YouTube and the minefield of that, it's quite nice to have no strikes at all. Go for Dude was born on a 13. Oh, that's cool. No, that's fine. Keep your secrets, Go for Dude, but nice. Uniform banjo. Should do names or profile pics. Yeah, I could do. I could basically get you guys to do names or like this. I could get you guys to do as if I've got a say in what you do. You guys do whatever you really want to do. If you want to join in with what I'm doing, then, you know, join in. But yeah, maybe you could do stuff like you send it in and I turn everything into monsters or something on an episode, so it doesn't matter if it's a banjo on an inanimate object or something. 25 is my number. Yep. I have to say, most people I know like the number 21, and they have it as their birthday every year. Doesn't matter how old they get. But, you know, I think that's the thing, is as you get older, you're young at heart, and you just want to be, you don't want to be saying you're getting older, you just want to be young at heart and 21 forever. Which is quite fun and quite interesting. I suppose I'm going to chuck my lucky number is 16, but I was born on a 10. Oh, that's cool. So, Ravenhack, what type of things were you thinking about for your art, for your kind of like art focus that you're going to be doing, or drawing, or better yet, what type of things do you like to draw? Because I guess since you're thinking about doing it on YouTube, I'm kind of curious what type of things interest another artist, if that makes sense. Haha, my turn to ask questions and put people on the spot. And while we're waiting for that, I suppose it does help as an artist, and when you're doing a 9-to-5 job as well as doing art, if you don't need much sleep, which is kind of where I fall into it. I don't always need a lot of sleep, and I didn't have much sleep over the weekend, so I had quite a nice long nap before the stream started, so I'm kind of like wide awake. For now. Famous last words. Oh, I like how that's starting to look. Let's have a look at this so far. Oh, that's starting to look really cool now. I've not even done all the highlights on this section. I really like it when a piece of artwork starts to come together with the shading and the details. There's something about it when you start adding bits that just... I can't explain it, it just makes the whole thing look amazing. Of course, it is trial and error getting to figure out what colours work well with what you're doing as well, to give that kind of glisten but not too much of a glisten. I only have one speed paint on my channel, and I have all kinds of stories, but right now my speed paints just have music. My Copics had that. I did try lore on my last video. MS Marvel, or Miss Marvel as a dragon. The lore was fine. Personally, even though the artwork looks cool, I think it's because it's a bit different. I'm not quite convinced on that one, but I think it could be the size of the illustration. I did a A4 illustration and fit the dragon in. Maybe if I was to do A3 and I had more ability to do more detail, similar to like the Kakashi and the, I don't know if you can see it, the Deku one, then that would have probably made it come out a bit more and look a bit nicer, because they're zoomed in on sections of the face. but it was still quite fun, and I do like doing traditional. It is a lot of fun to do that. You like to draw mostly humanoid characters, but do stray to weird monsters and robots. Oh yeah, you're definitely going to fit well in with the community for what me and Popcross have on our channels. Anything where it's monsters, robots, kaijus, crossovers, humanoids, superheroes, creepy crawlies, demons. Yeah, you guys are going to fit in oh so brilliantly on that. So yeah, I say go for it. Oh. That's interesting. Have I crashed? Or is it still going? Oh, no, it's still going. I think my iPad's just froze. Koi, shaving does add life, yep. Used to draw Mega Man characters all the time, and that's pretty cool. Cool. Yeah, my iPad's just froze. Give me a second. It may disappear for a minute and then come back. Ah, here we go. Cool. Slight technical error. Go for dude. It's back. Don't worry. It just, for some reason, froze. But a nice little lock screen and unlock screen worked. And as you all see, that is the time in the UK. Nice 1 AM over here. But I'm still going to continue with this. I'm quite happy to. I got no problem with that. I'm getting right into this at the moment. So I'm really having a lot of fun doing this one. And I guess as long as there's people on the stream, I'm definitely happy to continue for now. But yeah, thankfully it did not give up. Go for dude. It is still alive and kicking, and I can continue with this lovely venomized shredder artwork that we're working on. It is one of those weird ones where it's a bit surreal drawing this because I'm able to zoom in more on a piece as if I wasn't planning it for, as I said earlier, as if I wasn't planning it for recording. That's right, Raven Hack. Sleep? Nah, we don't need that. Plus, as I was saying earlier, I kind of prepared. I kind of slept for 2 hours before the stream. I thought I'm not going to fall asleep on the stream. I'm going to have a power nap. 2 hours later, I woke up and it's like, right, that's me refreshed for the stream. I say that now, I want to yawn. Which is, I'm not tired, I just, because I've said I'm wide awake, I've automatically, my body's gone, yeah, let's yawn. Yep, go for dude. It is, huzzah, it's working. Which is quite cool. Right, let's add a few more details into this bit here. Try and get a bit more of this actually coloured in and rendered a bit. I think the interesting bit is trying to figure out where the light goes with all of these symbiote tendrils, because you want enough to just pick up the finer details of them, but at the same time you don't want to overdo the exposure on it. Yep. In fact, Koi Fish, I agree, sleep when we're dead, and I apologise to anybody for me just yawning, but I just read Raven Hack's Now I Need to Yawn, and it's the same as if someone yawns in front of you or mentions it. It is contagious. So, yeah. But I'm definitely having a lot of fun doing this stream. Which is good, because I was really nervous about doing the stream in the first place, just because I've never done one before. And that sounds really weird, because I've jumped onto Koi's game streaming and talking and chatting with him, but I think it's different when you're the only person on the stream. If that makes sense. It's figuring out rambling on in a nice way. Uniform banjo. Yeah, but I don't sleep much. I can keep going even if I'm shattered. I will go until I actually need to fall asleep, or I'll know when it's time to call it a night, if that makes sense. But currently I'm feeling, well, all this talk of sleep's making me feel a bit yawny, but that's natural if anybody mentions sleep to anyone else. 9 times out of 10, or at least for me, it's natural for that to happen. But yeah, no, it's a case of I think it's also the adrenaline pumping from doing a first stream and how well this is going on. Yeah, I have to say, Ravenhack, I am loving streaming too. It's my first official proper stream, and my goal was to have at least 10 people at one point in the stream, and we've got 7 currently, and at one point I'm sure we had 10 or 11 on there. So yeah, I could tell who all the hardcore ones are. Sleep is for losers, sleep when we're dead. You guys are awesome. Right, let's see what I can do with this. I can just be cheeky and take a whole section and just do a bit of a blanket bit. Yeah, a really good tip on this is doing digitally. It's the same as if you're doing it traditionally, really. Build it up bit by bit by bit. Oh, that's awesome. If I had 14 at one point, that's probably the big spike I can see in the corner of the chat. See, I've got the chat on a window here, and I've got a reference for Shredder here, which I'm not using anymore because I'm now doing the lighting based on where my light source is coming. So I just take each bit by bit, and I'm kind of confident enough in that. But it's kind of got this big spike, and then it's just going up and down, and then it kind of like cuts off by the chat, which is quite cool because it's a new window. But yeah, I kind of think a picture doesn't really come to life without the shading. It's that element. It's just finding the right way to get that shading to look convincing. I'll go with convincing. 9 times out of 10 normally you want it to look realistic, but you're not really worried about super realistic. You just want it to highlight certain features. One thing I haven't actually focused on a lot on my art in terms of doing is working out putting less details on some parts of the art to the rest of it, and then once I've done that, so where to focus from. So it's kind of what I do with the tongue near the face. I kind of put the tongue in the chest and get you start at the chest and work your way around. But at some point, I want to kind of get kind of sort of like draw attention to set bits of it, maybe lead you in a certain way around an illustration, which would be really good and really cool. And it's definitely something that I'm looking forward to doing and working out the composition of the piece. I'm going to use some art technical terms. So I want to get the composition of the piece to work really well with the values that are showing. And for those that don't really know it, the values are if I was to turn the image black and white and just see greys, you see the contrast to what's happening. I have about 50 to 60 watch hours at the moment. What, from this video? Sorry, that's this video. From this stream? Because if so, that would be awesome. I mean, that is a secondary goal to doing the live stream for me, is to build up my watch time hours. Not gonna lie, it's quite nice to have something more substantial on the channel that's a bit more real time, and hopefully people will like the tips that have been given out, and just a bit of banter, so when I do a live stream in future we can do more stuff. I do want to do a couple more at some point. Not sure how often. Maybe it'll be potentially 1 a month at least, so I can give you guys some stuff. Ravenhack, so
at the moment I'm using Procreate, and I use that on an iPad Pro with an Apple Pencil. I have got Autodesk Sketchbook, and that is on the laptop because I've got a before lockdown hit and all the world crises at the moment and stuff, I managed to get a 24 inch Artist Pro from XP Pen, which allows me to draw on screen, and I've got it roughly here where I've been using it as a reference window because it's nice and large for some of the pictures that I used as a reference for Shredder in his funky pose. But it's also a case of I have used Photoshop to draw before. I've used the best one for line art, but it costs an absolute fortune. It's Coral Painter if you have a touch screen display or laptop, or even just a graphics tablet that you can use with it. Because I originally started doing digital art using a Wacom Intuos Pro Medium. That was the first. Well, that's the second tablet I ever had. It was the first proper professional tablet I had. Cool. That's cool, Ravenhack. Yeah, Sketchbook Pro is what Popcross uses as well. The add layer that I use here is basically the glow layer you've got in Sketchbook Pro, and the hard light is kind of like a multiply layer for my layers that I've got here. So obviously overlay, but I've got like hard light, which is kind of like it's kind of like a harder version of a multiply layer, but not quite as dark on some of it. And then you've got like the add layer, which is a glow layer. And sometimes I do change the opacity of that depending on how much I want to build that up. But other than that, I just mainly bounce between 3 or 4 different layer types, which is quite good. But yeah, I will possibly at some point do a video or maybe even a stream. I haven't figured that out. Maybe I should do a stream of using... Whoop, wrong layer. That's better. A stream of using Autodesk Sketchbook to do an illustration or something. I was saying earlier on in the stream before you joined, Ravenhack, that I did once do a I did an illustration of Voltron. I did Shiro and all the Voltron characters, and then I did Lance, Hunk, Pip, Shiro. I think Allura was in there as well. I can't remember. And then I did a Voltron's head in the background using Sketchbook, which came out really well. But it took me so long to do that. But the nicest thing was the gradient effect that you can get in Autodesk Sketchbook. It's got a nice feature that you don't really get here on this. And there's a really cool tool to do curves and stuff, like draw circles and ovals and shade them in on Sketchbook, which is quite nice. And I suppose if I use it more, I'll probably get better at doing art with it. It's just for where I am most of the time and convenience, the iPad Pro is an absolute godsend because it's just a portable tablet for me instead of this massive 24-inch display. It just allows me to draw where I am, pick it up in the evening, do a screen recording while I'm watching programs and stuff, and then just take it from there, really, which is always good fun. But yeah, if you've got any good tips or resources for Sketchbook or anything, then that would be awesome to share them in the Discord, because I know I'll definitely take a look. Oh, that's cool, Koi-Fish, that is getting up there on the stuff. Justin, I did have Sketchbook on mobile, but I didn't have a stylus that would work on my iPhone, and my fingers are a bit big and clumsy to draw the lines properly, so it didn't come out bad, but I'm never going to show that artwork ever. Uniform Banjo,
I had trouble drawing digitally as well to start with. You probably won't believe it looking at, you know, the artwork I'm doing nowadays digitally. And it's a case of I've always drawn traditional and digital. Started off traditional and then started working up the digital side. I think if you do them both together and you focus on treating it like it's a traditional piece of art. I mean, I don't know what size iPad you've got if you've got Procreate, but I would say treat it like it's traditional art. So use the pencil tool and just get used to doing some random sketches on it if you want to build that up. And then in terms of digital drawing, the trick isn't exactly, it's not exactly drawing, it's the colouring stages are the trick. So it's like the process I'm doing now where I've got the different layers. If you learn what the layers do for what you want to do, so if you practice with layers, or even watch the stream again and copy my process where I've talked about it. If you think it might be worth me doing a tips video at some point to give out in the Discord or something for people, if a lot of people be interested in it, I'll happily do a 5-minute video talking about my process. Just so it's straight to the point of this. These are the steps I take: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, whatever, to get the process done. I don't mind sharing that information. It's pretty much the same as the majority of YouTubers that do art out there digitally. It does vary, and then it's just working out between brush sizes and bits. Like at the moment I've got these, you can only set up to 4 key points in Procreate, but I've now got these set to the most common size brush bits that I use, so I can quickly swap between, even if I was using a keyboard shortcut, I could swap between the actual sizes of the brush from a larger brush for quick bits to a smaller brush, which allows me to do just a few little bits here and there for the highlights, which is quite cool. But it's all practice. I struggled digitally to start with. I've always been lucky enough to be able to do 3D modeling digitally when I was at university. That's another bit of information. I used to be really handy at 3D modeling. I haven't done it in years, but the concepts are the same. So but it's a case of I wasn't that good at drawing digitally when I started. I've got some old artwork that looks kind of, it's good, but at the same time I look at it and I'm like, nah. You know, when you look at it and you compare it to now and you're like, oh my god, did I start off like that? Or you see it and you yourself, you always notice the imperfections in your own artwork, which is something that every artist has and does, and it's something that everyone will do. Even, I guarantee you, all your favorite artists, it doesn't matter who they are, it doesn't matter if they draw something that looks amazing to you and you can't see any flaws in it, I guarantee they will pick up, that's not how they want it to be, that's not how it wanted to look, there's a wonky line there, you'd never know it until they point it out, and then you'll see, oh my god, yeah, I can actually see it. They're just as human and infallible as all of the rest of us. But it's your biggest critique is you for your own work. But I would say that stick with it on the digital drawing and it will improve, especially if you're doing traditional at the same time. I just got IBS Paint because I drew on my phone. Go for dude, I've tried IBS Paint on the iPad because there's a artist, is it Rimini? There's an artist who does a lot of Genshin characters using IBS Paint, and the final effect of it is absolutely stunning. I wanted to try and do some artwork in that style at some point, and I downloaded IBS Paint and I started trying to use it, and for the life of me I could not get it to work how I wanted it to. I could get similar, but I couldn't quite replicate the style in the degree I wanted to do or I couldn't quite get the rendering of it done. But it's an absolutely amazing program from what I've seen of their live streams and stuff. Ravenhack 3D modeling school. It is very cool, and I had some really awesome designs that I made in 3D modeling, and then I turned them into 2D images in the rendering, and I stuck them as backgrounds, like the space universe and stuff. I might drop that in the Discord for people to use as a background if they want. It's one of my proudest moments from back then. But it's a case of I haven't done 3D modeling in years just because the software is so expensive, and it sounds like it's a bit of a thing. But I used to use, on my course that I did, we had access to 3D Studio Max, which is an Autodesk product, and back then it was about £2,000 or £3,000 to have a license. So the student license is obviously a lot cheaper for the educational places like schools, colleges, universities and that. But when it came down to leaving, yeah, that's just too expensive to be able to do unless you can get in an industry job with it. Amazing software though. And then Maya came out, which came on top of it, which was brilliant. Uniform Banjo, I'd watch a process video on digital colouring 10 times over. Interesting that you say that. I know I said about doing one, but I also thought about doing a how-to series at one point. The only thing is, with the educational content, it's a case of you might get stuck doing the content repeatedly every so often. So if I do it, I might do it on another channel if I get time at some point. I mean, I'm happy in the Discord to share tips and links if people have things they want or they're unsure about, they want to improve on. I've done it a few times for 8H8. I can't remember the rest of his name in there, but in the Discord I've done, I put links in link lane to help out on how to draw hands and that. I'm more than happy to do that, especially while the Discord's such a small number at the moment with 30 to 40. At the moment, I've only got one moderator, and we haven't got a need for others in there currently. But as it grows, obviously, I won't be able to answer everybody. But while it's small, if you've got things you want to learn about, then cool. Justin, I'm the opposite. I think my older art looks better than my current art. I have that on some of my art as well, but I think it's probably... your style is probably shifted, if that makes sense. And I found this on mine, so my style's shifted a little bit over time, and where it shifted, some of my older art is more detailed than what I've got now, or I think it looks better. But there are videos that I do, or I say videos because I do them for the videos, but there's artwork that I do nowadays that I just think, I look at it and I think, wow, that's come out really cool, or that's come out amazing. That's just, yeah, works so well. I guess art is subjective, and as I said earlier, you're your biggest critic, and you will find the flaws in your own artwork that others won't. But on the reverse side, you'll improve with every piece of art you do, even the ones you don't think are as good as your older pieces. Welcome back, Toothless. Thanks, it's coming along nicely. I've still got to do a rim light around it. I might do a background first and then a rim light around it. I'm not sure yet. But it is almost there in terms of the lighting on it and most of the shading that's happening. I think it's just a few more little pieces just to give it that little bit of extra pizzazz, or just a few finishing highlights. So I think that's the main bulk of that done. Now, what colour background will work well with this? This is going to be the fun part. Go for dude. Are you on about for the Discord or for things like live streams? I'm not sure about blood to the tips on this one yet, Koi. I might do one later where Shredder beats the turtles. Thanks, Minecraft Transformers. I'm glad you're liking how it's coming out. Yeah, maybe a shredded background. That's not a bad idea, Justin.
I'll see what I can come up with, because I do like... There's a few grunge techniques and stuff. I do like using the brush and then making the brush size quite large for the background. There's one I cheat. I've got a summer brush pack, and it's kind of like got a sun effect, like a safari style sun with clouds taking bits of it out. And I kind of whack it in there and just change the layer opacity and just make it larger. I'll show you later.
Ravenhack. I only recently started art a year or two ago, and I'm already so amazed at how much I've learned, even being self-educated. I tell you what, Ravenhack, it's amazing. I stopped doing art for about 2 years. I came back to it, and with 6 months, I was better than my art from 2 years ago, because I was doing it on a regular basis compared to when I did it, compared to before when I was doing it sporadically on and off. Yeah, I think the bones to spikes came out really well. The thing that I like about doing Venom stuff, as I said earlier, is the fact that you can make the organic bits replace the metallic bits, and they look really nice. Ooh, an army of foot soldier or the force symbol. That's quite interesting. I don't have that symbol, but I may do an alternative version with the background with the foot symbol. Now, will Shredder save the turtles from the Venom symbiote or straight up kill him? This is Shredder. He'll probably kill him and take the symbiotes to give to Bebop and Rocksteady. Or just the Foot Clan, just send them in to fight them and let them get completely massacred before he shows up when the turtles should be exhausted. I do like how this is coming out as well, Ravenhack. I'm trying to find a background colour now that'll kind of work for Shredder. It is a little bit tricky finding a background colour for him though. What do you reckon? A pinkish colour? It's probably gonna... Yeah, no, maybe, don't know. Make Shredder have pink. Kind of like a fancy pop star one. Maybe, maybe not. I'll tell you what, let me do what I normally do on these though. So I need to merge these down. I'm going to keep it as like a blackish symbiote on him. I think that's got a nice contrast at the moment. So I'll merge that down. Merge that down so I've got some extra layers. Bring that down. Get a dark layer. Find the summer one. This is the sun brush that I was on about a minute ago. So what I do is I just plop that on the background, and I just transform it and just bring it up to like give it a weird shredded grunge effect, and then I can just play with the layer options to either darken it out or see if we can get a quite like that. What do you guys think? Dark navy? I can change the background there behind it, so that's not a problem. I'll just make a note of the colour that I got. So we've got that one. Let's try dark navy's that one. More orange colour. Oh, what about green? What about the green one? What do you guys think of that one? I kind of like that. I'll tell you what, I will take that green and I will go back to this, and this is one of the fun parts of it now. which it's one of the ones that takes a bit of time. But when you do the character, if you've got a background, to add extra to it, and I'm sure anybody who's come from Popcross's channel has seen it, then yeah, you kind of just take the color and you just add it onto the shadow areas, and you're probably thinking that's too vibrant a green at the moment, but then what you do is you check the layer options and you find a nice subtle one, bring it down a bit, maybe I want light in colour, maybe light in colour, just bring that down a bit, and then as we're drawing, kind of just gives that little bit extra to it. You just pick the sides that are mainly in the shadow. And just to help it pop a little bit on there. Sometimes not too much, but it just depends on where you're wanting the shadowed effect to be of this, really. And this is a bit where it's like, this is one of the time-consuming bits that work. Orange looks badass as well. Is the green? Yeah, the highlights. The green and pinky red one look the best. Yeah, I mean, I can always change the highlight hue color and the background afterwards. If I put the highlights on now for where I want them to be in terms of these like little green shadowy bits that get picked up, then we can play around with it afterwards. That's one of the nice things about digital, is you can just kind of tweak it a bit as you go along. It's a luxury you don't always have on traditional. I say you don't always have, it depends on what you're doing. If you've got a form of painting or something, you can always put another layer of colour over the top of it. I'll change the background afterwards. We'll test a couple. We've got some good suggestions, like the reddy pink or the other colours, like the orange and that, which we did a little test on. The nice thing about the clipping mask is I don't have to worry if I go over the edge of the lines. It kind of dips behind the cross between dipping behind the line art and actually picking up bits. It works quite nicely. Yeah, it's all these little details that make it. Are you serious, Koi? You've got over 10k views for that little video you did. Oh my god, that's amazing. In my opinion, you guys are all worthy, because you know you've joined me on the live stream. You've been great, and yeah, I think everybody's worthy to see everyone's art. Those who aren't worthy are those who just don't. I don't know. They've just got the negative attitudes. I think they're the ones that aren't worthy of anything. Sounds a bit harsh, but you know, that's where it goes. But yeah, Koi, that's absolutely amazing. Now, if you can do a video on all the secrets of how to get 10k views on a video in 8 hours, with less than with the amount of subs you've got, or with a video that length, and you can like market it, you'll be set. Because I'll definitely watch it. You'll get a video how to get 10k views will get 10k views in under 8 hours. That'd be insane. But no, that's absolutely amazing. I wonder what I should do for the next live stream. 530 views per hour. Oh my god, that's insane. I think my best ones had to be like 160 odd for mine. I tell you what, I was so over the moon when I had 160 odd views per hour on one of my videos. It was just absolutely like, wow, it blew up. And that was, I think I was really happy about that one because it wasn't one that had been shouted out by Popcross or anyone. It had been one that I just put out on a pure chance of doing it. The Ben 10 is Demon's first video, and that just skyrocketed. Same as the other one I put out the other day, the Ninja Turtles one. That one's picked up. I think I managed to just get in on Shredder's Revenge on that one, but that was nice to see that one pick up. It's always good when you see your videos or your content doing really well within the first a bit of time. It kind of reassures you that the YouTube's algorithm is being nice and fair to you and getting your stuff out there. Tricky deciding where to go with all these bits for the highlight bits. I tell you what, Coy, that would be absolutely insane if they did that. I don't think they would fire Viper though. I think they just hire you and just get you and Viper on a stream together. That would be insane. Okay, that's looking quite nice there. Need to do a little bit in here. Symbiotes, venomizing symbiotes. Woohoo. Oh yeah, the tongue. Sorry, that's gonna sound really weird. I kind of like went really weird with my voice when I went, oh yeah, the tongue. It's always one of the fun bits to do on a symbiote type creature. It's just to work on the design for the tongue, just to add a few little bits of the highlight on the watery bits. Kind of don't really get it on that bit, but that's fine. That's interesting, Gopher dude. That's got me more scared than doing this first live stream, actually, drawing what the chat tells me to. If I'm doing that, I think I'll have some options planned out and then let them decide based on a theme or something. draw a 2D version of myself. I have done that once in more of like a more detailed vector style, beard and all. But yeah, maybe a 2D version of myself would do. I do want to do myself as an avatar to a degree, but I don't want it to be just like a 2D one like Popcross has got, because I don't want to seem like I'm trying to steal his identity as such. I know we do similar content. I don't want to seem like it's just like, oh well, he shouted me out and boom, 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 I'm just copying. But at the same time, I do like the idea of having a new icon. Although my icon that I've got at the moment, my venomized Razor Claw from Transformers, is one of my favourite pieces of artwork I've done, which is really cool. This is why I need to do right. Yeah, can you see all the little lines around the edge? When I zoom in, if you can see all of these little lines down along like this edge here, I will be getting rid of them, the weird bitty lines. I'll do that probably afterwards, before posting the final one into the final one somewhere into like the community tab or something. I think we're kind of lucky in this day and age that everybody so far in the community, or you know, the like-minded people tend to find each other on YouTube. You tend to find people that are like-minded or kind of, I don't know, supportive of each other, which is really nice. Oh, I've missed a bit in the chat. What have we got? Raven Hack says, I got like 50 views on my first art video and I think that is the best video. That's probably done better than my first. In fact, that's done better than some of my art videos in recent weeks when I first put them up. Beforehand when I had 670 subs, I was only getting something like 20 views on some of my art videos, the Copic ones. It's nice that it's moved up to a bit more around the 100 mark on those ones, which is really nice. And I did like writing the lore out for it, just trying to figure out what to do. The only restriction I've got with Copic ones is I need some more paper and stuff ordered soon. So at some point, Copics on a Friday will have the odd substitute digital video in, and that's not me trying to be cheeky. It's just being digital. All I need is some electricity and hard drive space, and off I go. Whereas being traditional, I need the paper and the materials and stuff, which are the best way to put it is they are usable. They run out. They're limited in their usage and supply over time, which isn't necessarily a problem. Oh, I didn't actually render this one out properly. I think I just highlighted it with a highlight and that was it. Oh well, that's cool. It can be a nice colour. Now I must be getting back to the starting point. I just got to double check I haven't missed any obvious bits on this. Oh, around the eye. Yeah, that's an area I probably missed a bit on.
I kind of feel the green's giving him like a mutagenic effect with the symbiote on him. I kind of feel it's like Super Shredder's glow before he transforms, if that makes sense. Well, we're nearly at the 4 hour mark. We're at 3 hours 45 minutes so far, but yeah, I kind of just get into the artwork. I just thought, you know, Koike saying that I'm a machine. First live stream will go 24 hours. It would, but I've got work tomorrow, so it's not going to end up being 24 hours. Go for dude, that's not a bad idea actually. If they ask me to draw something, then draw something. I might have to put a spin on it. Whatever they say to draw, I'll do something like venomize or turn into something like a monster or something else. I want it to be kind of a twist in it, challenging but also fun. My favourite band. I don't really have a favourite band. I like a lot of different genres of music, but I have to say I do like listening to some AC/DC though. I do quite like some of their stuff, but generally it's anything with a good beat and I can just zone out to and enjoy. I'm not so worried about lyrics. It's just more the kind of like the beat of the music and something that you can just get behind with a bit of energy. Trying some digital art, it's not looking that bad. That's cool uniform. And Joe trying some digital art and it's not looking that bad. Just keep with it. It's just on Discord, but you could do something with the Horizon games. Ooh. Possibly. That'd be quite good. Minecraft Transformers. They're so down on intros, but every live stream you see BLQ rocket blasting off again. Oh, tell me about it. It's quite funny that they're like, you shouldn't plug your stuff all the way throughout the video, do it at the end, and all the way up throughout the live streams it's plug it with an intro and an outro. But they are good fun, those live streams. What's your favourite Autobot then? Your favourite Decepticon, your favourite Combiner, and then your favourite Triple Changer? Oh, I don't think I've got a favourite Triple Changer. My favourite Combiner has to be Predaking. It used to be Devastator, but I do quite like the design of Predaking, and I've drawn him out venomized on the channel, which is really cool. Favourite Autobot, Hot Rod. Just before he was Rodimus Prime, Hot Rod from the actual original movie, I think he was my favourite one. He had a lot of personality and character. Favourite Decepticon, Soundwave. I'm not even gonna go there. It's always been Soundwave from Gen 1, just without a doubt. Always my favourite one. Imagine you making images of YouTubers that avatars versus unfictional characters and seeing Tyrone Magnus versus Army Man, for example. Stephen, I actually like that idea of doing something like that. That actually sounds really cool. Go for dude, he did, but I think he had the most growth of a character, which I quite liked back then. I did like the cheeky get out of jail free card, Optimus Prime will return in other adventures, after they killed him off for the whole movie after 10 minutes. That was quite an interesting little thing that they did with it, but I get what you're saying. He yes, he was responsible for Optimus Prime dying,
in a sense, because he was hot. You know, Hot Rod being hot-headed makes sense. But at the same time, I do think he was my favourite one as he developed as a character. He had a bit of a quirky attitude as well with Cup. They had quite a nice bit of banter. But yeah, it is one of those ones where it's he did technically, yeah, I'll give you that one. He technically helped Megatron. Unwillingly, not on purpose, but it was quite interesting. I still remember that phrase from it. I just think that was quite a nice scene from that. I think my favourite one from, I think it's Age of Extinction, is when he's riding Grimlock in China. I'm pretty sure that was Age of Extinction, where he rides him out of that valley with his sword drawn. I thought that was quite a cool scene. I think we are almost done. I might just change that background colour down just a little bit in shade of green. Just... and then on my lighting colour, maybe we just make that a bit more subtle. I think we are done with the Venomized Shredder. Yeah, I think we're done with that one. I'm happy to leave it at that point. I'll zoom in so you guys can see a bit more detail. So we've got old Shredhead here. Venom around his cape with the mask. It's kind of like bringing the face on over his mask. Then we've got it going down his arm, along with his classic pose. I kind of like the way that it looks like the symbiote's a part of a pattern on his kind of like vest, and then it's coming out to what we've got here. And then yeah, a few bony bits for spikes and a nice green background. So I think I'm happy with that one. Let's see what questions we've got in chat for a minute. My favourite scene from Transformers Prime is when Optimus says, I like it when one of the Optimus said, I thought it would be a bigger truck. That was a good scene. The brush in the background is perfect. Well, cool, thanks for that, Venomized Toothless. I think it works really well. That sunset effect just adds to kind of like a shredded effect on it, which works out quite nicely. But yeah, I've had a lot of fun doing this, and it's been quite fun having you guys on the stream too. Actually, it's the head of Bruticus. Thanks, Koi. Have we got any more questions before I call it a night? I'll stay for like another couple of minutes just to make sure that everyone's got some questions and everybody can enjoy the artwork. Go for dude. I'm quite interested in that Rise of the Beast as well. I might have to do a video around that when it comes out. It's just a case of are they going to do it more like the Beast Wars series that happened, or are they going to base it on Beast Wars but have it kind of cool, you know, kind of have some more stuff? Thanks, Ravenhack. In fact, what might be quite cool is if I'm going to do something really cheeky in a minute. So I'm going to do that. I'm going to copy that canvas. You see, what I'm working on is I'm going to make old Shredhead join the Ninja Turtles in a picture.
Place them there for now.
Venomized Toothless. I actually want to do a spider sonar at some point, so I may do that and have that happen. That would be quite cool. I've always wanted to do a spider sonar, iron sonar and stuff. Transformers crossed with Monster Hunter should definitely happen on my channel soon. Stephen, I think that definitely should happen. I am looking for more stuff to turn into Transformers. I did enjoy doing the Subnautica as Transformers episode, which was really good and really fun. And I think it's a case of I do want to bring more stuff into a Transformer universe. They do take a little while to draw and come up with the lore, but I also grew up watching the Transformers. So basically all the 80s cartoons, I could name tons of them. Silverhawks, Technoman, Transformers, GoBots, Brave Star, all of them, you know, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. I really want to have some fun turning some of those old pop culture cartoons and modernizing them over time, bit by bit, into some stories. It's just finding the right story for each one. Ooh, Ninja Turtles in the world of Monster Hunter. I think we've got enough for quite a few Monster Hunter episodes coming up. There's some really good ideas on this. Oh, Ravenhack, that's not a bad idea for a community redraw. Avenger Sonas. Or make people themselves as a superhero. Minecraft Transformer Thundercats is going to be on the list at some point. I have no idea what I'm going to do with them. I don't want to venomize them. I do, but I don't. I want to find something unique for Thundercats. But that would be the older cartoon style. Although the remake that they did was actually really good, and I like the artwork on that. They did a really good job on that with the younger Lion-O. That's cool, Dave. That's cool, Gopher Dude. Put some of your drawings in the Discord and share them about. Yeah, Ravenhack, I'm definitely going to be doing some of Monster Hunter on the channel. I'll need to double check some of the lore behind it so I can do the justice on the stories, but yeah. Make baby versions of Autobots and Decepticons. That might be interesting, turning the actual Autobots and Decepticons into their own mini-cons. That'd be quite fun. Kraven the Hunter from Marvel vs. Lion-O. Oh, that's not a bad idea either. Venomized Mumra. Oh, you guys have got some really awesome ideas. Yeah, Kraven is probably up there as one of the top 5 Spider-Man villains I have. Venom's in the top in the list. He's not the top of the list for me. I quite like the Rhino. I think the one that's probably got the most growth as a kind of opponent is Doc Ock. I think they've done so many things with him, it's quite nice. But yeah, there's quite a few villains that I want to do. Splinter versus Ra's al Ghul. Oh, that could be quite interesting too. Oh my god, you guys have got some amazing ideas. If you do the thing where you draw the stuff that chat says to draw, you should draw my cat like there's a billion pictures of him in. I have noticed your cat sprung up quite a bit in the Discord. I wasn't sure if that was your cat or you were sharing cat memes and stuff, but yeah. That's the black cat, isn't it, that's been showing up. Oh, Really? I didn't know that about the Spider-Verse sequel. I thought they'd bring more in, but I didn't know the Spot was in that. That'd be quite interesting because he had quite a unique ability as well. Oh, I might have to revamp some of the multiverse story arc. Koi Fish, you're absolutely right. It is definitely a lot more interactive in experience, and there are so many awesome ideas. I can't believe so many of you stayed till the end of the stream though, but so thank you for that. That's interesting if it's going to be split into 2 movies. That would be quite an interesting combination. The Spot versus Polka Dot Man from DC. Yeah, that would be quite an interesting fight. Well, from what I've seen from the Spider-Verse images, the Spot, he looks more monster than dude in a suit with portals. Yeah, I think what you'll find is that as they redo the movies and stuff, they are changing the characters and trying to modernize them or put their own spin on them. It's like the Rhino in the Amazing Spider-Man ones with Andrew Garfield. He's basically a guy in this giant robot rhino suit, whereas I quite like him from the cartoons as a guy in a normal suit that's just built like absolutely hulked out with a horn that charges at stuff. Wow. Right, well, I'm going to have to call it a day, so thank you everyone for joining the stream, and there's some amazing ideas. I will have to go back through this chat afterwards, possibly tomorrow, and definitely jot all these ideas down, put them in the list of future videos. There's some really awesome concepts you guys are coming up with. You're going to drop the stream and leave, but have so much fun. I'm glad you had so much fun, Ravenhack. I'm really glad a lot of you guys have stayed, or you've come back, which is absolutely amazing. Thanks, Justin. I'm glad you liked it. I'm definitely going to do another live stream at some point. I'm not sure when exactly, but like with this one, I'll put sort of like a public notification out a day or 2 beforehand, so everyone's got a chance to find it. It's probably going to be a Monday stream again, around about the same time. It'll most likely be next month at some point, but yeah, definitely going to do another live stream. Cool. Well, I'm glad you guys enjoyed it. It's been a lot of fun. I'm going to end the stream now, but I will catch you all either in the Discord or in the comments on the next video. Thanks again for watching, and I'll catch you next time.